With a prayer from Mr. Yashab Asad, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you. I'll start the prayer. I'll touch it, yeah, I see. Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allahumma anta as-salam wa minka as-salam. Tabarakta ya dhal jalali wal ikram. Allah, you are as-salam, the source of peace, and from you is all peace. Blessed are you, O possessor of majesty and honor. اللهم إني أسألك علما نافعا ورزقا طيبا وعملا متقبلا. Allah, we ask you for knowledge which is beneficial, and sustenance which is good, and deeds which are acceptable. بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم. In the name of Allah, with whose name nothing is harmed on earth nor in the heavens, and He is the all-seeing, the all-knowing. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. Allah is the sufficient for us, and how fine a trustee He is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to also acknowledge the passing of Ms. Diane Yeldon, who passed away recently. She had a great interest in local government and came to speak to us many times. And before my time in council, I believe she was even more active and regularly attended council meetings and wrote letters to us to provide her advice and point of view. And our thoughts are with her family and friends. May she rest in peace. We have no speakers for public forum this morning, and we have no apologies. We have Councillor Ackland on Zoom, and so we have a full attendance. Now move to the confirmation of agenda on page 4, and I move that Council confirms the agenda with the following alterations: that items 19, Enterprise Dunedin My Governance Review Report, and item 20, Local Water Done Well, the Water Services Delivery Plan, be taken before item 7, which is the business case for strategic investment into the reduction of construction and demolition waste in Dunedin. Is there a second for that? Seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 5, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict might arise from their role and any private or external interest they may have. So are there any alterations? I note, Councillor Wiley.
Councillor Barker and I co-chairs of the Otago Otapoti Destination Management Plan, Dunedin Destination Management Plan.
Okay, so that's a new role
that was
to be included.
That's a new role that came out of the council resolution with the implementation of the Destination Management Plan.
Excellent. So I'm sure that will be included. So in the next time we see the register. So I move that the committee, the council, the staff presumably, amend the elected members register and the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. And we note the current register with those alterations to come. The seconder for that, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of minutes of the ordinary council meeting 30 July 2025, shown on page 17 of your agenda. Are there any questions from that? I see none. Therefore, I move that council confirms the public part of those minutes. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So now we move to the reports. We have Mr. Kevin McCaffrey and Mr. Ian Collier, who will come to the table to be able to speak to the review. And are there any, and maybe we'll have some opening comments, and then we'll move to questions. Also, Mr. Costello, thank you. So, do we have any prefacing comments?
Kia ora tātou. Ko Eshna Dara te manga, ko loho in te awa, ko Captain Hobson te waka. Ko Aotearoa te whenua tupu, ke te reke pai whenua tōku kainga. Nō reira, ko taka tēnā mihi. Tēnā tātou katoa, morena, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. And I'll introduce my colleague, Ian.
Kia ora. Ko Ian Collier, ko Rumataka Timoanga, ko Rirarangi Te Waka, ko Arongaronga Te Awa, ko Ian Collier, kia ora, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. A few opening comments briefly. We're taking the report as read, of course. We were asked to conduct a review of Enterprise Dunedin within Council and to give our views. It's important to note a few points that it is based on the previous reports by Martin Jenkins in 2018 and 2020 and deliberately stepping off that process that they followed. I would make an opening comment by pointing out good pieces of work. The 2020 report did not involve external consultation with stakeholders, which is not a criticism, it's an observation. That led us in our work to look at the scope of work to ensure, and guided by Council, to ensure that we had extensive consultation with stakeholders to actually see what their views are, given that they make such an important contribution on the delivery end of economic development in Dunedin. So with that in mind, we went far and wide within the region, 38 external stakeholders from 26 different organisations, just gathering up a broad cross-section across that, in particular mana whenua, in terms of gathering their views as to where they were. The process we followed was 2 years. Listening, there wasn't a requirement to conduct very probing conversations. We just listened, we distilled those views. We then followed up with a workshop with external stakeholders, which basically fell into 3 groups. Mana whenua, visitation and business. We conducted a workshop in this room with councillors to get their views. It was interesting how similar the views were and how similar the need for change was recognised at the top end. At not an evolution for change, but a substantive change. And that was written, if you read the report, you'll see we just took a picture of what their work was. And it was quite interesting to give people a bunch of crayons and say, draw me a picture. Because in a picture, it just does not need interpretation. And for that reason, we didn't retype it. We just took a picture. The findings are quite clear. I'm reading from the executive summary. There's a clear disconnect between the expectations of external stakeholders and Enterprise Dunedin, what they're delivering towards the city's ambition to live, work and play. It's quite clear. Stakeholders are complementary of the staff of Enterprise Dunedin. That's very clear. They're not critical of those. They recognise the vacuum of leadership in terms of the senior management, but were not critical of that. The 2 words that came up were they were disappointed. They were disappointed and they felt disjointed and disconnected. What was important to us, and it's not written large in the report, but there is not a lack of trust. And that was very important to us. If we conduct work with stakeholders and we continue to hear the T word, then that is a grave matter for concern, because rebuilding and re-earning trust is very hard. That is not the case. What there is the disconnect and a vacuum which has been created and a lot of frustration. So that says to us it is possible to rebuild that relationship. It's not as if there was a deep fracture in terms of relationships or distrust. That's an important point. What they're disappointed is the way in which it has been managed and connected. And the majority expressed a lack of confidence in Council's leadership to achieve the potential of Enterprise Dunedin, with a number stating that they were disinterested and disengaged. So it's a matter of reconnecting, not a lack of trust. Quite frankly, what they see is, will Council stay the course on economic development? Will Council put the resources into this in the future if we turn up and play and put our resources in there? I said in the workshop last week, we have not come up with a formula or offered you one that says 1 and 1 equals 3. That is the fact as has been quoted to me in Tourism Dunedin some years ago, and I've heard it from stakeholders. If they put their resources in and you put your resources in, you get at least 2. So we're not going to give you the economic formula, but it's quite clear that over the next 9 years in your plan, you have a limited budget as to how much you can put in Enterprise Dunedin. And I've looked at your graph. The little slice that is Enterprise Dunedin, it doesn't get to 1 o'clock on the clock. It's about 2 degrees. Over 9 years, given the competition that you have for infrastructure and the other demands on you, that's not likely to increase. And if it is, to what degree? Which says to us, the key thing that you need is you need to bring the stakeholder group together to bring their resources. They have done that in the past, they will do it again. And the good news is you're operating in more of a vacuum than a headwind. So, quite frankly, people are waiting to play. But they want to see change. The feedback that we got was very clear that reappointing a manager and rebuilding it within council is an option, but why would they play? Because the disconnect and the disinterested and the disappointed are going to say, show us. So our recommendations, we looked through a wide variety of models. We looked across New Zealand, and there is, I said it last week, there is no definitive report that I can point to that says, even a recent survey since, about 10 or 15 years ago on what the enterprise models are across various councils, be they regional or city. The models that they used, we looked at all of those in terms of summarising them. So we looked at the various types of models that councils, regional and city are using. There's no definitive answer that you can lift and shift. There are some that you just wouldn't do, because they're multi-council, multi-agency and complex. This is one city. This should not be too difficult. So our view is we're looking for simple solutions. Our default position on arrival was rebuild it. Because we're not the two consultants that look up here and want to write you a really complicated report. We're too old for that. We've seen that, and I've written them in my career with Pricewaterhouse and EY. I've got 2 badges. We're looking for something that is manageable and doable. So when we looked at it, we thought, yes, you could rebuild it, but will that bring the stakeholders? So looking right across the options, yes, the default option, and I realise that for your future processes, you need a default. That's the obvious one. But show me or show your stakeholders how you can rebuild that confidence and engagement. The option that we have put forward is a CCO with stakeholder engagement, an independent board which allows them the freedom to act in the best interest of what they believe that organisation is, under the guidance and ownership of council. The model is well proven. You have a number of them already. It's not that complicated to put in place. There's a process, but you've done it before. What's really important to us is you had a good model in GDP. You had a good model in Grow Dunedin. In the report, I've just said, Ian and I just looked and said, it looks like it's in the car park. Well, you could take it out of the car park tomorrow. It's there. That model of having stakeholder engagement, working with an independent board, is the model that we recommend, because you get the best of both. The board gets the freedom to actually create challenging challenging solutions, and council as the parent has the oversight to make sure they don't go rogue or go crazy or do something that will actually cause grief for council, because it is still public money. And if you put public money into things, then you're accountable for that. That is the reason why we gave you a number of other options of joint ventures. We don't recommend those. A, they're too complicated, and secondly, it's public money and you're the parents. So you got to look after the money that we gave you or your population gave you. So when we landed on those, we think that they actually give you the solution that you require. It will take time to put that in place. We understand there's a consultation process. I would suggest that you go back around some of those stakeholders and hear it direct, and in doing that, enrol them. The reason why we've recommended it, my concluding comments, we think it needs change. It's going to be hard to sell as a council. Doesn't matter who's sitting at this table next year, it's going to be hard to sell, because this is the third report that you've paid people, and we're just strangers from out of town. The definition of a consultant is an ordinary man from out of town in this case. Yes, we know the process, and this man here has got the stripes of Great South. But our recommendation is you need to make change. You need to make it quickly, but you need to actually make a decision which will enrol the people, and they will swing in behind you and make it work. You will have improved stakeholder relationships, and you'll have the collaboration that they bring resources. Some of them might even bring cash, but if they just bring their resources, that'll double your money maybe, other than folding it in half. You'll unlock their resources and our stakeholder community. I will say to you, the comments from Manawhina were concerning. We heard them direct in the workshop. I heard them direct. They're concerning. But they're waiting, and they're willing to play. They'll turn up. We really think over your agenda over the next couple of years that if you put this into a CCO, that will thrive, and it will allow you to focus on other challenging issues that you have. So our recommendation, quite simply, is take it forward. It's valid to compare the two options. I would expect that. I think that's a good test, because in and amongst that, not everything would go to a CCO. There are component parts that would stay on council, and that process of comparing the two will assist in that process, I think, in terms of decision making and taking you to where you then make a definitive decision.
Great, thank you. And councillors will have seen the email from me last night with the motion, which is to get an impact assessment and business cases for the two different options, namely the recommended option, option 5 in the report, and the rebuilding of what we currently have with a range of alterations around the fringes, which is option 2. And so if we get the impact assessment and business case for that, we know exactly what we're in for. And so that's that's the motion as it stands at the moment. And so now we've, as most councillors have been to a workshop, so they've had a lot of opportunity for questions on this, but I'm sure we'll have plenty more, and I have a list already. We'll start with Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you very much for your clear summary just now. Option 5, the CCO plus advisory group, that's the option that you think is going to bring together the resources. You have said that in the 9-year plan that we really don't have a lot in the way of resources. Ideally, what level of resource do you think we should increase in the 9-year plan to ensure that the CCO is properly funded?
I can't actually give you a definitive answer on that. And one of the reasons is we did not go into looking at economic modelling as to what you could achieve from this. There's a business case that will follow, but I would suggest even then the numbers would be rubbery. Look, you can engage a consultant, they'll work a model, but it's what you put into that model. I actually think the way to build that up is with the stakeholders' input. Tourism Dunedin some years ago was a CCO. Tourism Dunedin had some numbers. Now, I can't quote them all, but $1 got you more than $1. And I'm saying all you've got's $1. and it's your dollar. Now, whether they bring you money, but I do know, and we've spoken to the stakeholders, even if they bring their resources, and Cruise does this, for example, at present, they bring their people and they actually they provide labour, they provide resources, and they provide input to your strategic planning, for example. That's all free.
Thank you. And you've also said that we need to make a clear decision and we need to make it quickly. Do you think it's in our interests to actually make a clear decision now, say, go for option 5, or do you agree with the Mayor that we should have yet another report comparing option 2 and 5?
So I'll answer that one because in the context of local government, depending on the significance of a decision, council does need to have options. And so if you're in your paper, we will work up quickly 2 options for council to consider, because you can't go to a CCO directly without ensuring that it is the best option. So we need to work up the business case, look at what that means, and then present that back to council. You say yet another report will be done reasonably quickly and efficiently. We will engage, Mr Costello will lead the work. We will engage with people like the Grow Dunedin Partnership and various of the other stakeholders who've been re-engaged as part of this process, and bring something back to council immediately following the election.
And I'd also comment that Mr McCaffrey made that suggestion that we compare the two.
Yeah, and look, my advice on change is go as fast as you can, don't break anything important. But there is a legal process to follow, because in establishing a legal body, it's really important that they have the mandate and they're set up and established right. So I would follow the process, but I would go as fast as I can. But to your point, I would have a very clear view of what my preference is at the governing table. Management has to stay neutral. But sitting at this governing table, and I sit on boards, I'd have a very clear view as to what the direction of travel I'm heading in. The 2 options is useful because, as I said, it's not a lift and shift. It's not lift everything and shift everything. There are some things civic that will stay. There are some things which will go maybe to another CCO. But you do that deliberately, maybe, because we mentioned that there are some things. We didn't dive into that, and the reason we didn't is that's into the operating model, the various components. So I would actually be very deliberate, but sitting at this table, I would have a view and I would want it done quickly, because that's where I sit on boards. Make a decision, get on with it.
Fantastic. Councillor Benson.
Mr Mayor, could I just add a quick comment to that? We've talked about Grow Dunedin Partnership, and we've suggested and recommended that you engage with that entity, if you like. Today would be good. And so in doing so, that will absolutely, they'll give you a very clear steer on what they believe. I mean, again, it's a voice, but it's a collective voice. So if that's engaged, and I know that engagement started already, but formally re-engaging will make a difference, a material difference, in our view.
And Mr Costello is aware of that and has been working in that space, and he will be leading this work and engaging with them. I've spoken directly with the chair of the Grow Dunedin Partnership as part of this process.
Supplementary comment. We've recommended you do a simple, straightforward business case. It's not that complicated. It's not a huge budget. That within the operating model, it's not hugely complex. And that's no disrespect to what people do. But if you look into the model and you look what they do, it's fairly straightforward, right? What you need to do is make a no regrets decision about where you put stuff. That you give, if you're not putting it in there, you give it a good home, or you keep it here. That's relatively straightforward. The economics internally of cost and budget, not highly complex. That's, because all of that is known. The leverage factor, can't know that yet, but there's a lot of willingness out there, and even if you got a quarter of it, you'd be ahead of where you are.
So in the interest of clarity, we're looking for a business case in short order, simple and straightforward, which Mr Costello is very capable of doing, I believe. And also there'll be discussions, they've already been reopened with you've already had discussions with Greater Dunedin Partnership, so that work is in train. Fantastic. Next question, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. You alluded to the Martin Jenkins reports, but I think you might have also obliquely referred to the report, the decision in January 2014, which was the opposite of what's being recommended now, when the city decided to just establish Tourism Dunedin and take that role in-house. That was the 30th of January 2014 in the ODT. I guess you've all heard the saying, there's nothing new under the sun. So I wonder if you'd just like to make any observations about why we've got to a point where what you're telling us about the advantages of your suggestions is the polar opposite to exactly what the decision that was made 20 years ago, 21 years ago.
I don't know what the reasons were at the time and didn't look back into that, and even then with the hindsight would not understand that. In one way, systems run to entropy. Systems run down. What's happened, I think, here, this is not neglect. This is a whole series of consequences which has ended up where you are with a very large disengagement. You could take the current model, you could reboot that and go right round everybody and actually re-enroll them and have, that could work. That could work. But I think the gap and the disenchantment is so significant. So what's happened? No one thing. I also have been doing this for a while. Somebody once said to me, whatever model you've got, you're on the road to centralisation or decentralisation at any point in time. And that is a cycle. I see that with right across organisations, from centralisation to decentralisation. Systems run to entropy. They get too centralised and they get locked down. If you let them out too far, you end up reining them in. So I couldn't give you a definitive answer, but you stand where you are right now and you look at the next 9 years and you look at that. I would take the lessons from here. No one thing got you to where you are. No one thing got to where you are. A series of smaller things. One thing that is getting in the road is the view that councillors are writing the ED strategy. The councillors are sitting with pen and paper and writing the strategy. Now, how true that is, that's for you, that's myth busting. But the view, quite sincerely, councillor, is the lack of distrust of staying the course with council is high. And I use the word distrust carefully because that's not a confidence factor. There's a factor there saying, well, if council are going to keep writing the strategy, why would we engage? That's a factor.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. Is it working? Yeah, and thank you guys for this report. And never have I had an introduction around here where so many questions have actually been answered. So thank you for your clarity and honesty, and the honesty that stems from this report. The direction of travel for me is very clear, as sure is with others. My question is quite simplistic. In terms of you, I think your comment was your recommendation is change. Looking at these two wonderfully weird diagrams from the workshops, both from councillors and the stakeholders group, apart from a little bit of disagreement on where we think we are today, there is overwhelming feedback from both of those workshops around one word, and that's transform. So does that feed into that notion and that idea, well, that recommendation to us that absolutely we need to do something different?
It's consistent. The diagram on my page 14, that's a model that I use. Look, it's the governance life cycle, as I call it. All things run to entropy. And I just see it across organisations. I ask boards and stakeholders, put an X where you think you are right now. And there's a real cluster on both of those diagrams. And then you either evolve or you transform. Evolve is we can change the model and actually evolve. And organisations do that successfully. I don't like the transform word. It's a consulting word, and it's usually BS, quite frankly. Normally, it's we're going to put in a new computer system, as opposed to actually do something sensible. And then they burn a whole lot of money, and then they regret it. True transformation is we change the model. If you're looking at governance, you change the governance model. Changing your operating model, that's easy. That's management's job. It's not even your job. That's management's job to change the operating model. That's doable, and you could re-engage and do all that. But I think that big vacuum, both the stakeholders and council had a very similar pattern. And that's why I just took a picture. So that says there is an appetite for change and a call for change.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen, for your report and your frankness. I've asked this question before, and I'll ask it again. You were really clear about the staff and the relationships and the respect with which they're held by the stakeholders. My question is, how do we ensure we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater if we go to a CCO, in that some elements, the relationships right up to governance, right through staff, right to the stakeholders is not broken. And I give the example of international education, and I give that example because I've been involved in it. So how do we make sure that we don't throw that out? And then I was going to ask Mr. Collier to respond, because I'm interested to hear any comments around your experience with Great South that relate to this.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Councillor. What I'd say with regards to the first part of the question is that if we start and end with the customer in mind, we generally will be okay when we get to the end of whatever path we're on. And I know that sounds cliche, but it's absolutely true. So if we just keep the customer in our mind, and if we look at this model, and we look at the stakeholder community that we're talking about here, you've already started that process of reconnecting, and so in the people that you're referring to, if they're back at the table today, they'll certainly give you a steer to make sure that we don't lose touch with the people that are connecting day to day. Ultimately, it doesn't come down to who's governing and who's managing those. It's about the people that are doing the mahi, people that are actually delivering that on the street, and they have those relationships are intact, and they're strong, and they're solid, and they're enduring. So that's the first part of it. So hopefully that answers the question. If you're engaging with the stakeholder and ultimately they are the customer, then you won't go too far wrong. The second part, in terms of Great South, and I'm very mindful that we have Mayor Nobby in the room as an observer today, so I'm going to be very, very mindful of that. The role that we've played since Great South was established 6.5 years ago, ultimately the role has been exactly what I said in the first part of the question, which is about alignment of thinking, ensuring that the shareholders and our stakeholders are one, connected, two, aligned, that we understand what our priorities are, and that we are all swimming in the same direction. Not easy to achieve. And it's a daily conversation that we have, and we don't always agree. But what we do have is alignment, and outside the room, we're absolutely clear about what the priorities for the region are, and the direction that we're taking, and making sure that everybody is lined up on that. And so that takes work. But I think at the moment, through my lens, sitting in the chair at Great South, we're probably in the best position through a collective effort, and it is a team effort, where the stakeholder community and our shareholders have absolutely got that alignment and understand what our priorities are.
So, Mr. Collier, would you say that the CCO model for us would provide some freedom and independence to achieve the goals we want to achieve?
I don't have any doubt about that. I mean, I sit at a table with 6 other directors, independently appointed independent directors. We don't have any council representation at the board. We have 4 councils as part of our shareholders, our 8 or 7 shareholders and member. And so we're very clear about what our objectives are. At the same time, and on Kevin's point, we get a very clear steer from our shareholders, and primarily through council, through the letter of expectation as to what it is they expect of us. So they're very clear about that. And the other steer there is that ultimately we are accountable and answerable under the Local Government Act. So we're not a fully commercial model, except that we do everything we can to operate as one. But there's some good boundaries, and they're clear boundaries, and they're there for a reason. And they give council, again on Kevin's point, ultimately you are the governors, and you have a significant say in what direction that organisation has to go in. So yes, I'm seriously supportive of the CCO model, with all of those boundaries adhered to, and making sure that everyone's doing the job that they're there to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and kia ora, gentlemen. I have 2 questions at the moment. I have one question about the leverage, which you were talking about, which was the level of joint venture industry contribution. And when it was at Tourism Dunedin, it went from 400,000 approximately to 900,000. So in Great South, do you also have KPIs about achieving industry contribution?
Yeah, I can give you an example of that, that having been involved with it on both sides of the equation. So with Air New Zealand's, with the entry of the jet service from Auckland, that required an absolute team effort on behalf of both from Air New Zealand's perspective, a significant investment, but also an investment from the community and the stakeholder community. And on that note, it couldn't have been done without that. So for every, and it's easy for me to say don't quote me, but I'm about to be quoted. Yeah, I'm in a very public forum, which I'm very mindful of. So what that community did, though, they came together very quickly on the point that you just made, and so that the 400 that you talked about went to 900, for example, that type, without quoting any figures, but that's exactly what was done. So for every effort, every dollar that we put in, the community or the stakeholder community said, yeah, we're up for that. And that was about promotion, marketing, visitation, driving that demand and marketing the product as it came into play to ensure that it was done. Now, would that have happened otherwise? I don't think so.
Sorry, I've interrupted.
Because the stakeholder community came to the party.
And that would be one advantage of having it outside council, is the ability, I guess, to do joint financial ventures with partners?
Totally. Joint, and that's exactly what Kevin's referring to. And I'd go a lot wider than that. In the conversations that we have had, when engaging with the stakeholder community, that's absolutely a strong theme that's coming through. Saying, you know, we've got resources, and it's not just talking about the cash, it's about capability set, and that joint capability is, you know, that's where you get the multiplier effect. When they're engaged, then look out. There is nothing that this town can't do. It's a city of firsts, and it's only a matter of which is the next one going to be. If once we get that momentum, it's pretty hard to slow down.
Thanks for the pep talk. I just want to ask a question about strategy, which is council. I mean, you've mentioned that councillors are seen as holding the pen on strategy, and you'll be aware we've been doing strategic review for 5 years. And I guess it's sort of a council relationship with the CEO is around setting the strategies, and how is that done? Because currently we have a partnership strategy that then feeds into, I guess, all aspects of council. So I just want to understand, how is the strategy set? Say an example, Great South, and is it set by, because you've got 4 partnership councils, so are they all having an economic development strategy, and is that feeding in, or is the CCO setting the strategy?
Well, again, using the word strategy, I mean, in terms of the future and the direction and the priorities we set as governors, that is a collective effort. So we're very clear, and again, it is a good example to use because there are different drivers and different priorities. So ICC has a different priority set to SDC. So Southern District is a different geography and a different set of customers, if you like, to the ones that sit under ICC. So the secret in all of that is bringing that to the top as to what those priority sets are for each one of those councils, understanding what they are, and then getting to a landing point. For example, there is common ground around housing, but the needs of housing needs in SDC are different for ICC. The roading, for example, the roading requirements and the needs are different, but we all play a part in that. So there are differences, but what we are clear on is we have for example, we have a strategy set around energy and the future energy requirements for the region, and again, different in the city than they are in the rural setting, but we all land in a place. And another example would be the strategy that's now been set for aquaculture. Now, the work that's been done around aquaculture is an all-encompassing piece of work that is backed by evidential data and conversations with every stakeholder, all councils, all private entities that play in that space across the Marahuku region, and that piece of work where Great South plays its part, as it would here, under a CCO, is pulling all of those pieces together and doing that in consultation with all of the shareholders and the stakeholders. So as I said at the very beginning, is that easy? No, it's not necessarily easy. But is it powerful? Incredibly powerful when you get it right, and we don't get it right every time.
I just have one quick question about the budget. In the page 9, it talks about the Enterprise Dunedin unit as a separate activity called Vibrant Economy, and it has a budget of 11.7 million. And I understand, I don't know who can answer this, maybe Ms. Graham, is that the economic development budget's around 6 million. So is the extra nearly 6 million, is that the events budget?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. About 3 or over just over 3 is events, and then there's city marketing and the eyesight.
So that's it all added together. Yep, very good. And now, questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Reading the report and listening to you today, it seems that pretty much all the stakeholders are of the same view. There wasn't really any dissenting position, and along with that, hearing you speak today, especially you, Kevin, you're very clear, is that the decision that we make today, we need to send a very clear signal to our stakeholders, and particularly to Grow Dunedin Partnership, as you've said, they're sitting in the parking lot waiting. Have I interpreted that correctly?
Yeah, the themes were very consistent across the stakeholder group, and they're quite a diverse group. Complementary as well, and I stress that as again, it's not all bad news, and they didn't all beat you with a stick, but they're very frustrated. So yeah, very consistent across it, and the same themes about where's the direction, where's the strategy, where's the joined up, and we are disconnected and disappointed. So that's fixable. Does that help? In terms of Grow Dunedin, I think the workshop we had last week is very useful for us too, because we thought, already hearing from the executive, read that, already engaging. And I just think that Grow Dunedin, the partnership, which really liked the look of that, and we heard such good things about it, particularly the workshop we had. Yeah, I think it's waiting. I think that would be a sign of good faith to say, right, heard you, let's reboot that in whatever shape and form. But the form is there. I'm sure the participants would welcome the opportunity. It would be a movement in the right direction. But I would say not a random movement. It's got to be tied back to what council are doing and working with council, which would not be an issue, I'm sure.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And I wonder, Mr Mayor, you've previously circulated the resolutions that you intend to put up, whether there needs to be another part that, as council, that we've heard from the chief that staff are engaging with GDP, but whether we need to have another resolution that this table that we want to make sure that formal engagement is happening with Greater Dunedin Partnership, because I think that will be a very clear signal, listening and having read the documents and the workshop from last week.
Yes, and I did ask about that. And it is actually happening. I don't know whether whether we need to make it a formal resolution, because, the ties are still there and engagement. Can you give us some steer on that, whether we need to make a resolution or it's just going to happen anyway?
Well, it's going to happen. It depends. What do you mean setting up a meeting with council? Because the Greater Dunedin Partnership, as I understand it, and Councillor Wiley can probably answer this better than me, has specific councillor representatives on the group.
Yes, there is specific council representatives. They are myself and your alternate and Mr. Costello. Just actually had that in my.
Oh, sorry. No, you carry on.
No, I've got a personal opinion, so I better not.
Yeah. So, can we say that? That's going to happen, right? So I don't know that we need to resolve it, do we? Or do we?
I just think we need, if we're serious about the projection going forward, I think it sends a very clear message.
Well, I could just add it to the motion.
Can you add something to the motion?
I could just add it to the motion, and then that'll cover that.
Mr Mayor, as alternate, I've not attended or been advised of any Greater Dunedin partnerships in this triennium, so my question would be, why hasn't that happened? Because that's
we'll have to ask Councillor Wiley.
I'll jump in here, and I think this is going to the point that the consultant colleagues have raised, that there has been a disconnect and we can't change what's happened historically. What the report shows is that we need to re-engage. We have started that process, and so that's what will happen. I will, if with your leave, Mr Mayor, craft something that sits with this but can be read as slightly separate around engaging Greater Dunedin formally as part of this, just so that it's in the resolution.
Great, thank you. Next question, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā kōrua. Tēnā koe, Mr Costello. My question is about the composition of the board of the Unicorn CEO, or whatever it is, CCO. Regarding Mr McCaffrey's comments on mana whenua input being concerning, do you have a mana whenua board member on Great South, Mr Colley?
Yes, we do. But in saying that, mana whenua are a shareholder, but they consciously don't participate at the shareholder table all the time. But at the table we have a mana whenua representative. They're not there to represent all the runaka, but in saying that, they're highly experienced and they have the mana, and they give us a very good steer. What we've done to resolve to that is that we have a partnership agreement with the 4 runaka. And so they are an integral part of every conversation that we have.
Excellent. Now, are there any further questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. A question for CEO. Can you just confirm the process for establishing a CCO? Because I know there are some people watching that are intrigued in sense of how the process is going to develop and how we come about to the 1st of July, for example.
The process, and Carolyn is here, but there is a process in the Local Government Act that prescribes how you go about setting up a CCO. It doesn't necessarily require an SCP, so a special consultative process, but it does require consultation of a form. So depending on the options assessment, we may be able to do a very light touch consultation, which would be able to be done outside of an annual plan process, for example. And our view would be that we would look to get all of the mechanisms in place if council wants a CCO around board appointment, looking to appoint staff in, so that everything is in place for 1 July next year, because we would need to adjust council's budgets in terms of the current long-term plan. But I would think that Mr Costello and the team will have something to the new council well before Christmas, but we've put December 2025 just to buy a little bit of time, because it depends on what happens with the election and the direction the new council wants to take.
Because I know there's some in the community that would like to see this done relatively quickly, and obviously we are going into an election period, and there is a lot of debate about just get on and do it. So I just want to get clarification that there are quite a few hurdles to go through and processes to go through to make sure we get it right and we establish it correctly.
Absolutely, because not getting the process right will create a raft of headaches. And I think, without speaking out of turn, even Great South had one or two issues with the haste they might have moved at with the establishment of the CCO, and it's better, like many things, to get that planning right in the front end. But we will be moving at pace, albeit if you're wanting to have meaningful consultation, that does take a little bit of time. And the next 2 months are challenging, just with that pre-election period. But you will have something in front of the council, we'll have something in front of it before Christmas. They'll be able to determine then if the CCO, once the business case has been done, is the best option, and then we will map out a process for that to happen.
And Mr Costello will stay on and manage this process through.
Yep. Mr Costello has agreed to continue in this role, given that he's been managing ED, and will continue to see this through to whatever the conclusion council wants.
Okay. Thank you. I do have some questions for Mr Caffrey and Mr Collier. One thing that's stood out to me through this report, and especially around option 5, is that would give the council and the city, and I've seen through media and different aspects, regional development groups, and Venture South was in Wellington a couple of weeks ago, having quite an impact with Parliament and central government and actually getting cut through. Something that we've struggled with as a city for a period of time. Do we have confidence that option 5 will give us that process and that pathway to do that for Dunedin?
I can confidently say yes, and it depends on who sits at the top of the table. So those appointments are key at a governance level. But I can say, just from my own experience, the engagement with central government, which is a cornerstone and a key piece of this puzzle, has been incredibly effective, or more effective, I should say. And the way that's come about is that our shareholders have effectively given us the mandate to do that through the letter of expectation. So they've driven that we've had input to that before we've received the letter to say, tell us to go north and go to City Hall and have those conversations, because as we all know, we're a long way from the city, and it's important that we turn up, and when we go there together. So we go there with representation from our mayors. We have our representation, the governors turn up, and we have an adult conversation about the things that we see as a priority for the region, and the need for them to come south and come and have a look at what it is that we're doing. We've found it to be incredibly effective.
Okay, thank you. The other part, when I went through this, I looked at with option 5, and then when I went and looked at option 2, and I was trying to work out what was the purpose of why we would have some functioning of option 2. But then when I read the key points that move eyesight to the CCO of DRL and major events to DVML, and move the community events and sister city to another unit in council. And I look at that and I go, actually, that makes a lot of sense. So the part being is, essentially, this would give us the best of both worlds in a lot of ways.
Maybe, but we need to be really careful, councillor, that we don't predetermine an outcome and also realise that there are staff involved here. So I think talking about specifics like that before we've done the assessment, we should avoid that. But it does give flexibility. And it's just, so that I think what's really clear is the status quo doesn't work. And we do need to make some changes, and it's just what the best vehicle for that change is.
Can I endorse that? They were examples, and we just picked a couple because that's operating model, and the minute you start to unpick that, got to make sure that it's doesn't disconnect. So the example of eyesight and the example of major, they were given to us as examples, and they are examples, please, because I agree with Sandy that you actually don't want to disturb what you've got until you've made a very clear decision, and then you tell people, as I said at the workshop last week, your people want two things. They want clarity and they want certainty. And then they can go home to their families and say, this is what's happening, this is when it will, don't know when it's going to happen, but that's it. So through the report, we've given you, it's a working example, and I'm glad you called that out.
Right. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is the same as Councillor Gary around Grow Dunedin Partnership, is that, because I think my personal view is that they seem to be really experienced people who are doing a good job. How do we get to this point that why weren't they engaged with? They were there for a purpose. Why didn't that happen? And how have we got here today with so many broken relationships over such a short time?
Look, I'll answer that, and it's covered in the report, but we can't change that. Things have happened, there's been personnel changes, there's been a variety of factors, but the important thing is it's been acknowledged in this review and we have a plan for addressing it, and re-engagement has started.
Yeah.
Well, can I...
It's not a broken relationship. It's it ran to entropy, and by that I mean it ran out of steam. That's all. People are waiting. They're not annoyed about it. I've met with the people from GDP. They're willing to play. So it just got disconnected. And looking back, look forward. In terms of how you bring that out, I think that's a really good example to look at, because a lot of the work that they did, and to your point, you get access for free from a whole lot of people that actually are connected into community, and they are influential in terms of getting things done as well as connecting people. So I'd take that, pick it up and walk forward with it.
I mean, the report seems to clearly say that it's not a staff issue, it's a governance issue. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it's in this room.
Do you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Asked and answered.
Okay. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Looking through the stakeholder workshops, and I look at the diagram, current versus future state for the councillor workshop and then also for the stakeholders workshop. I was surprised by actually the level of how many said transform. Were you surprised by, when they had to mark an X, or where they thought where we were to where they thought we would, where you think it needs to go next?
We had the benefit of giving them all the paper, and then they all had to stand up and present it back. So by the time we'd heard that, we knew what the answer was. I never know what to expect, and I never know what to expect where the current state is. You just don't know. So this is what I call, in the whole strategy, this is emergent. You let it emerge and don't lead it. So I was, when I looked at it, I thought, did I expect that amount to go to significant change? Use the significant change word rather than transform. By the time we'd done the interviews, then we kind of knew there'd be a feel for that, but it was consistent. That's what I wasn't sure of. When I look at that, what I actually look at is the spread of the results rather than for where they fall. It's where they clustered that tells me the story.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just going back to a comment that you made just a second ago about it being in this room, just to be clear, on page 26 there is a mention of differences in leadership styles, I think is the way it is worded. Just let me jump to it. Leadership inconsistencies, e.g. differences between mayoral directions, have impacted continuity and effectiveness. Now, just to be clear, currently there is only one mayor for a city. And so when it says differences between mayoral directions, we're obviously talking about, it's not just in the last 18 months or 2 years, we're talking multiple years and multiple tables.
Yes, over time. And note that I haven't put, we haven't put quotations around this. These are summarised comments, anonymised, but they're as close as a quote can be, put it that way, without the inverted commas.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just return to the matter of the process and to ask about unintended consequences. So one of my concerns, given I've been involved with ED for 9 years, so I know staff well, is we have expertise, great expertise in there, as you've alluded to, and the staff are trusted and their work's been acknowledged. The big risk is retention of staff as we go through this process, and you've spoken to that a little bit. Do you have any other comments about what we as governors can do, apart from getting on with the process, which is particularly complicated given it's around election time? Any other advice for us?
Not specifically, other than to say, and it's been acknowledged already, the importance of people. It's the people. So we've got to make sure that we take the people with us, that it's a very personal thing. I'm not in here to tell anyone how to manage people, or we're here to say that that it is a transition. It's all about transition. People make informed decisions on the way through, and if you're dealing with them as people and as they deserve to be treated, and following due process, then it should be absolutely okay. But people will make a decision based on their own personal circumstances on the way through, depending on roles, responsibilities, and all of the other dynamics that happen around that, and depending on where they end up sitting.
So certainty and clear direction is going to be really important.
Totally critical to that, and having been through that transition phase from Venture South into Great South, and over that period, yes, there's been change and there's personnel change and the attrition rate has gone up and then come back, but overall, every effort has been made to make sure that we look after the people at a very personal level on the way through.
And I know Mr. Costello is very aware of that.
Thank you. Councillor Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you say one of the main frustrations in this whole thing has been to do with the strategy and mainly the delay?
I'd say that certainly hasn't helped in terms of because a vacuum gets filled by all sorts of stuff. So leaving a vacuum there, and people had stepped off that last plan from Dunedin, which is well laid out. That vacuum there has not helped, and it hasn't helped the staff. But back to Councillor's point, it hasn't helped the staff that they're in that position. And remembering who creates the strategy, well, it's management's job. Who approves the strategy, that's Councillor's job. So that separation of duties and that separation of powers and a governance point of view is very important. that they bring the strategy to council who contribute to it, obviously. In a CCO, the process is a wee bit more complicated, but in fact council's in a very strong position to say letter of expectation, etc. So having set the guardrails, as I call it, then that allows the CCO, the board, to then set it up, but their job is actually de facto yours, which is they sign off the strategy. The process of strategy is the most ubiquitous misused word in any context whatsoever, and I teach that for the IOD, and I simply say this: strategy is a commonly held view around the governing table. It's not perfect, it's not complete, it's going to change. But back to Ian's point, the most important point is prioritisation. I would say that your strategy hasn't changed in some ways because your framework and your pillars have not changed. They have been consistent across time. So the framework's fine. It's the prioritisation of actions and resources is where all the intersections, that's where the problem is. So clarity on, Ian said it, what you do there with all of your stakeholders, and I've been in the room and in the hui and up the front of the whiteboard, getting clarity across your councils, and then here's what we're going to focus on. What are the priorities? That's where the intersection is, and that's where the crashes happen. So it's the level below of being really clear. Whatever model you have, the issues are the same. Let management do the work, bring it up, and then prioritise it into a delivery plan. Your frustration out there is they don't see a delivery plan. But there is a document. There's always a document. They don't see prioritisation. They don't see you executing that. That's the real intersection where all the crashes happen.
Could I just say one, this is off that topic, but around the mana whenua concerns, I've just come back from the Local Government New Zealand conference, and the mana whenua spoke, and one of the messages they gave there very, very strongly, and probably with quite a bit of frustration, I think, was that they were saying to councils, we've got money and we want to invest. Is that something that you felt got picked up? That's part of the frustration here, would you say?
I wouldn't characterise it as that, but I have heard that up and down the whole rohi. Yeah. And I've heard it from members of Parliament that say the economic engine, quote Waikato, the economic engine in Waikato is not the dairy company, it's Tainui. Yeah. We're a peak cow. There'll be no more steel tanks put up by Fonterra, public statement. We're at peak cow, we'll optimise it, come off a farm, we'll optimise our farming. Not going to be much more land either. So who's the economic engine? Now, I can't speak for this part of the country, but up and down the country, the economic engine. So if you're not plugged into that, then they're waiting.
But councillors, I will remind you that we have had two very successful developments with iwi-based organisations in the past 3 or 4 years. We've got the ACC building soon to open, which is a Ngāi Tahu initiative, and we have the Pacific Radiology building that council worked alongside iwi to deliver, and you're aware that we have other options that are being progressed as well. So I think we've come a long way in our engagement with mana whenua, but as the report says, we still have more work to do.
And again, I'll say, it's not all bad news. This is fixable. That's not broken. The relationship's not broken. Bit of frustration.
Okay. I have no further questions. Anyone else got anything else? Okay. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your wise counsel and the work done on producing this review and coming back to us many times to conduct workshops and give us the benefit of your knowledge. We very much appreciate it, and thank you once again.
Well, on behalf of my colleague, thank you very much for the opportunity, and wish you well in your decision making.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got it up. Engages with the Grow Dunedin partners as part of the business case process. I think that's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's very straightforward. And we've heard a couple of comments about that and about who's going to run it and the timeline. So naturally, we'll be looking for something as soon as possible after the election. But So, in speaking to this, I've got, I've put the motion. Now, do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wiley, very good. So, in speaking to this, I'll just repeat that I'm very grateful to the gentlemen who have come and performed this review for us and spoken very directly to the review and to the situation. And I would have to say that I think it's reasonably unusual to have categorical responses to a general consultant, mission and report, where the answers are, very definitive. But I take a lot of confidence in that because those answers are based on experience. They're based on Mr. McCaffrey's experience in particular of being up and down the country and working as a consultant for many councils, many territorial authorities, in establishing and working with organisations such as we are proposing. And also Mr. Collier's experience in particular on a range of different organisations, but in particular with Venture Southland and Great South. And I'd have to say the benefit of his experience gives me a bit of Invercargill envy because they have turned their economic development agency into a real powerhouse for not just Invercargill but all of Southland. And I think we have a lot of potential to do just that for Dunedin, and Dunedin, of course, is a very large city with rural and urban areas and a lot of brain power there besides. So, as I've said many times already, in particular this year, that economic development is the greatest challenge facing Dunedin because we're in a time of demographic deficit here. We have a shortage of 30 to 50-year-olds. We have a shortage of people in the engine room of our community and our economy. So we are quite a lot less in number proportionally than other places around, such as Queenstown, Christchurch, Sydney, Melbourne, Auckland, cities around the world. So in other words, a lot of people from the engine room have left the city. However, we do have the big advantage that we have trained brains being produced on a regular, steady annual basis from university and polytechnic, our tertiary institutes. So to me, of course, that's where the gold is for the new Dunedin economy, and it's up to us to facilitate that and make the opportunities happen, because there are things happening in our economy, but there's a lot more opportunities out there, as have been identified. And the critical thing is for us to err on the side of unity, err on the side of pulling people together rather than councillors trying to determine what the way things should proceed, by bringing together the stakeholders in our community and with the advisory panel of people who are representative of a range of different sectors in the community and getting everyone on the same page, because there's so much more strength in unity. And we've just heard from Mr. Collier about how that strength in unity turns into more money available for economic development. And the 2 degrees on the circle that Mr. McCaffrey talked about is the very small proportion of council budget that goes into economic development. Yet, economic development is vital for our economy. And the purpose of economic development is to help Dunedin thrive and to be sustainable. And so, we've been slipping there. And as Mr. Collier, I think, pointed out, keeping the customer in mind is the answer. So a unified response, a unified organisation that is working with the customer in mind, namely businesses, jobs and incomes. They're all to the benefit of a whole range of customers, which is the general population of Dunedin, the income earning part of Dunedin, which will benefit the non-income earning part of Dunedin by bringing more money to the city, by generating more money within our city, within our economy. And I think it's vitally important that we take, quite a significant step on the side of doing that. and I'll be looking forward to, I have great confidence in Mr Costello, and it'll be great to see an impact assessment and business cases for the two different options, and will put us in a good position to be able to decide, or the new council to decide, what things should remain or should go to the CCO, what things might need to remain within council, and be able to make a plan going forward. And I think that'll be a really good next step, especially with having the re-engagement of Grow Dunedin Partnership, towards achieving a commonly held view around this governance table. And I think, just that in terms of what we want to achieve for the city. And I certainly hope it's on the side of making Dunedin a thriving city that is sustainable. We need to be working to produce sustainable activity within this city that continues to provide jobs, to grow incomes and make the city thrive. Who are my speakers? I have Councillor Weatherall first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As the saying goes, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Having read the report's findings, it's quite clear Enterprise Dunedin has its critics and needs to be refreshed. My view is core services well and truly sit well with being managed in-house. Economic development is another beast, which I think would benefit from being run in a purpose-built, council-controlled organisation. Of course, CCOs don't come cheap. However, if we want this city to have a future, we shouldn't contemplate pinching pennies. You've only got to look at the success of Southland's version Great South to see we should proceed with haste. I'm happy to go with the resolution on the table. Thank you.
No one else got anything to say? Councillor Vandevers.
I was very, very pleased to get such a clear steer from our consultants. Delighted, in fact. It was interesting that they came up with a number of things which I hadn't heard before in many years on council. They said that basically that it was rare and good to hear that there is still trust between parties, even when there is divorce on the horizon. Getting disconnected is something else which easily happens in long-term relationships, and that systems run down over time, I think, is also an insight that applies not just to this situation here. It can apply to personal relationships as well. The comment that councillors should not be writing the strategy, I think, is a very important one. We see a lot of information here and we get to think we're pretty knowledgeable about what's going on, and there's this tendency to think that we really can write the strategy, but actually not our business at all. A council-controlled organisation is very much the way to go. I look forward to having as rapid as possible a simple business case produced, and looking forward to the new proposed marriage as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and a huge thank you to the consultants for the excellent report. They're both highly experienced and hold great mana in their spaces, so I really appreciated the report. I supported this motion, I support this motion for the CCCO and the advisory group, plus looking at the alternative model, as I supported Councillor Wiley by seconding the motion to review the structure of Enterprise Dunedin last year. This review is long overdue. Our partners have been clamouring for a non-partisan review for a long number of years after being very disappointed by the 2020 internal review. In the Martin Jenkins report of 2018, there were 19 recommendations, which I wish had been closely managed, as many of them were about stakeholder relationships, which seem to have deteriorated, with comments in this report about stakeholders being disappointed, disengaged and disconnected. I speak from the perspective of someone intimately involved in a key economic development sector, tourism, all of my life, as someone who worked in the economic development unit for 7 years and as a councillor with a particular interest in economic development and tourism, who has followed the saga of whether particularly the RTO should be in or out of council and keenly observed its performance. I was the person who liaised the monitoring of tourism Dunedin when it was a trust outside council, so I'm very, very aware that we need to have strong key metrics and strong strategy sitting outside anything that's set out. There were challenges with achieving the targets set by councils in the service level agreements, and when it was outside council, it fell from the key metric. One of the key metrics was financial partner satisfaction, and that dropped from a high in the 90s. High 90% in 2009 to low 50s in 2012. So we do need to, this is not an uncommon thing for dissatisfaction to grow. The research shows that it's hard to find a perfect model for RTOs and EDAs. However, the evidence here shows that Enterprise Dunedin is not performing inside council and change is needed. It is unfortunate that the DCC did not review the operation of the new marketing agency at the end of 2015 and examine whether it would benefit from becoming a CCO as per a council resolution of January 2014. I fought for this resolution to be enacted from both inside and outside council, and it was actually one of the reasons that I stood for council was my intense frustration around the delivery both of the economic development strategy and the destination plan. This has dragged on too long. The people I talk to are intensely frustrated with council's economic development performance and the lack of real partnership. I just want to comment on strategy, that council as governance owns the strategy. The 2013 strategy was done in partnership and was acclaimed at the time. We can't get economic development done without partnerships. We need trust, respect and commitment from all partners to work towards the city. And we see in the report there is still a lot of goodwill towards council. We just need to get our act together. As a consultancy, we need to re-engage with the Grow Dunedin partnership today. One of the reasons I'm positive towards a CCO is for the independence and nimbleness an outside agency can achieve, plus the expertise of an advisory group, plus independent governance could achieve. However, I do acknowledge that council itself has many crossover areas, so the alternative option is worthy of investigation. The majority of regional tourism organisations are in economic development agencies as CCOs outside council, with 15 out of 31. Stat for you. However, given the absolute lion's share is up to $11 million or over $11 million of ratepayers' money annually, if it goes into a CCO, I want to see very clear performance parameters. In the past, Tourism Dunedin and the ISAC had targets for the level of visitor industry contribution in cash, and Tourism Dunedin reached a high of $924,000 in cash and in-kind contributions. So that is what we are talking about, working in partnership with the expertise of our partners, plus also we do love a bit of cash to help us work together to create a whole lot of better outcomes for our city. So I support this motion. I think it sets a very clear message that we are committed to change and to fix the challenges posed by the state and performance of Enterprise Dunedin. Change is desperately needed, and this motion provides a pathway forward. People want clarity and certainty, and I believe this change will make it happen.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. My position at the start of this process was to vote against the review, not because I had any issue with the review in principle, but because of the timing. And as we've heard today from the Chief Executive, there are complications with the timing of this, given we're in an election cycle. However, we are where we are. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Mr McCaffrey and Mr Collier for their expertise and for their guidance and leadership, leading us through this particular process. Very clear gentlemen. Clearly you've engaged with the stakeholders at a level that we needed to hear, and you have delivered that with frankness and honesty. So I appreciate that. Mr Costello is just coming back into the room. I wanted to acknowledge Mr Costello for his leadership in the vacuum created by the loss of leadership and all of the difficulties that has provided. And we heard what a vacuum has created. I want to acknowledge the stakeholders who participated in this process, who provided honest, frank feedback to us. And I particularly want to acknowledge the staff who I've worked with over 9 years and to know well. And I know their expertise well, and I know how it is viewed. And I was very pleased to see that coming through really loud and clear, that consistent message, because it would be too easy to blame our staff. And it is certainly not around their work. Their expertise is second to none. They are highly regarded out in the community. So I've mentioned the timing being problematic, and I also reflect on being in the gallery. I wasn't an elected representative at the time, but I remember the tension and all of the drama when I think Councillor Barker was up there with the CEO of Tourism Dunedin. I remember the tension in the room, all of the drama around that coming back in. I found it helpful to hear the reviewers talk about cycles, because it is, I find it challenging to see this to and fro. The organisation's out, then it's in, then potentially coming out again. However, I note that our strategy, just for example, was held up as an exemplar nationally, and so we must have been doing something right. I take the point from the reviewers about being customer focused, and I've seen that work really well, and I'm going to give the example again of international education, which is an economic driver in this city, $288 million, and I want to acknowledge staff member Santashuri in the room. Amazing work, the stakeholders fully engaged, an advisory group that gives a broad representation, held up nationally as an exemplar, acknowledged by Education New Zealand, and that has worked. So we can do this, and there are many other examples within ED. The work done on code, startup, attended the 20-year anniversary of startup, and our ED staff were acknowledged by name in that. And film, and there's so many others in that department. So I want to acknowledge staff in that regard. We are where we are. We've landed in this particular place. Thank you for the clear direction, gentlemen. And I will support this motion. I take the point about clear decision making. We have staff with families and mortgages, and what we don't need is uncertainty. Our stakeholders want certainty. Let's make sure of that. And I just want to correct one point made by the Mayor, or my perspective on it, is that migrants are coming to our city, both from other parts of New Zealand and overseas. So while some people may be leaving, many are arriving. This city is seen as incredibly attractive to live, work and play, and I meet them every other day. So let's remember that, and let's go forward to get some clarity, get through the process, keep our staff safe and retain that expertise as we go through this difficult process. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Thank you as well for moving it, and Councillor Wiley for seconding this, as well as to Mrs McCaffrey and Collier for the interesting, long-awaited and for me at least, encouraging read. There is so much to pick out of this report, and I'm sure we'll each have parts of it that resonate with us. However, with 5 minutes to speak and the rest of the agenda to get through, I will just pick out a few items. On page 28, there are a couple that really jumped to me, but one of them was the confusion that exists between economic development and business development, and the fact that for many, whilst these are interrelated, they are not synonymous with each other, and for many that often seems to get lost. They often get conflated, both in perceptions as well as speeches. On page 35 there is a comment that says stakeholders felt disengaged with or ignored by council, and that's a feeling that Mr McCaffrey articulated very clearly earlier on. And how can you argue with that? In terms of the business community, it's only part of the equation. As a business community and business out for the better part of 2 decades, I've been a regular attendee at events such as the Business After 5 and the BB8 as we came out of COVID. And the frustrations and disengagement of feeling of being ignored have been something I've been hearing for many, many years. And it does tend to get exacerbated at this time of an election year when the number of councillor attendees suddenly increases, but only for a few months. Also, back on page 26 is the comment about leadership inconsistencies, with the example given being that of the different approaches of the mayors, which is what I spoke about in my questions. There are approaches that engage with and attend business events, and those that never really engage with the business community, neither attending regular networking functions nor even the largest or most prestigious event to celebrate the success of business, both large and small, within the region. So it is very hard for me to argue where the disgruntlement comes from, or the sentiment comes from. And like others, it's this frustration, or was this frustration and feeling of disengagement, that were part of what made me put my hand up back in 2022. As has been highlighted, there are some very strong examples of regional economic development units operating as CCOs. As Councillor Barker pointed out, nearly half of all the RTOs and EDAs around the country. Great South absolutely being one of them, and Christchurch NZ being another one, each with encouraging success and at varying points along the journey. Earlier this year, I organised a meeting with the CEO of Christchurch NZ, Ellie Adams, which was also attended by a few other councillors. And the message through that meeting was clear for me. The best thing that they did was setting egos aside and giving the ED team the freedom and indeed the responsibility to fly. I would also like to thank Councillor Wiley, who has been a passionate and unwavering advocate, I think is the polite way of putting it, Councillor, of ED reform for many years, often highlighting, and again I'm being polite, often highlighting the options and potential. But for me, the final comment on page 34 is the one I want to finish with. We are drifting and can't see it. As is evidenced by how similar the diagrams of current versus future state are, we can see it. Both Mr. McCaffrey and the required process are clear. This cannot be, however, a lift and shift operation, but we need to avoid continuing to just drift. What we need to do now is to be bold, give a strong message that we have heard you, and we know that change is needed and that it will happen as efficiently, effectively, and as quickly as the required process will allow. Statements of intent are great, timeframes and actions are far better.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And like others, thank you to the guys behind me, Mr. McCaffrey, Mr. Collier, and Mr. Costello for the current and future work. Thanks for the report and its frankness. There's nothing, I think, like being open, frank, and a bit brutal, actually, because I think that's really helpful as a governor moving forward. I'd rather be told as it is than sort of dilly-dally around the edges, and I don't think this report holds any punches. It's very clear. Certainty and clear direction is important in all of our lives. It's important in our personal lives. It's important in business, and it's really important in places like the stock market. And it's needed here, of course. The status quo isn't working. That's really clear. There's a clear mandate for change. That's really clear. In fact, for me, change is the only option, and the direction of travel is also something that's really clear to me, and I suspect it's clear to everyone around this table. So let's get on with this, eh? Let's get on with this, and as has been alluded to, let's make sure we take the people with us. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. As a mother of 3 children, I've often had to tell them off or sort them out, and now they're older, they've told me the absolute worst thing that I've ever said to them is that I'm disappointed. And I kind of feel like that, how they've felt when I hear today and read in the report that our stakeholders are disappointed. And I think it's time that we absolutely listened and we did something about it. There was a reference to this is the third report on Enterprise Dunedin, and this is time we actually took action and were listening. Thank you to Councillor Barker, who sent me a document back from 1999 when I was the Economic Development Manager here at the Dunedin City Council, and also held the role of Executive Officer of Tourism Dunedin. And it was the reports starting the process of putting Tourism Dunedin out of the organisation, and it was interesting reading through that. And I've been very conscious that as a former staff member that I have kept very clear of Enterprise Dunedin in terms of operational. In fact, I couldn't even tell you what floor in the Civic Centre the staff are on, but I'm very aware of perception is reality. And when I read in the report the perception that governors, the feeling that governors are meddling in operations and that governors are writing, that councillors are writing the ED strategy when I know they're not holding the pen, but as I said, perception is reality. And I think that the very clear thing is we all want to see our Dunedin economy grow and thrive, and that old saying, a rising tide lifts all boats, and when our economy is thriving, everybody in our city benefits from that. And I think we as the governors, we absolutely need to do the best that we can for economic development in our city, and we need to be serious and that we're listening, and the view of stakeholders are not going to change in 6 months. And yes, as Councillor Gary said, the timing of this in terms of the election cycle was not helpful, but the views are not going to change, and we need to be clear and send out a very clear message that we are serious about listening and that it's time for a change.
Councillor Eklund, you're online.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Look, there's no doubt at all that this had to happen. This review obviously has been on the tips of people's tongues for a long time, and it's taken till now for this to come through. And I really do thank the consultants for their unwavering honesty, I believe, in the way that they've presented it. And for somebody like me to understand what they're talking about, I think they've done an absolute fantastic job. There's no question that economic progress is a huge requirement for Dunedin going forward. That is where we have been struggling for a long time. This motion also allows for careful consideration as to what can stay in-house and what needs to be structured differently. And I think it's very important that the two options come back to us as has been outlined in this motion, so as that we can get a clear understanding as to what it is that we need the professional assistance with from outside of council, and perhaps what things and what areas are best kept in-house. And so, again, I get back to the fact that the bulk of this is very specific and very complex. And I think to get that balance right between what's in-house and what is not is going to make the difference going forward. We need that buy-in from our stakeholders, and we need confidence to be enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā kōrua to the mover and seconder. Also, tēnā kōrua to my governance, Mr. Collier and Mr. McCaffrey. And also tēnā koe to Mr. Costello for this ongoing mahi. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. I did say, and I've said it a number of times since, that COVID, lockdown and everything that happened provided us with a perfect opportunity to break the paradigm. As far as I can see, this is my personal assessment, growth is the problem. And I think we need outside the box responses. And as I said at the time of COVID, when we were doing the budget, people were talking about, colleagues were talking about business suffering, so they needed some assistance, and my thoughts, and I said it, well, welcome to the worlds of Māori and Pasifika. We've been suffering these kind of incursions for generations. And what concerns me sort of about this debate is the lack of acknowledgement of the interdependence of all the well-beings, and we just always focus on economic development. So I'm a bit sceptical about this. I'm not sure if it's going to fix the problems, but I'm going to support it. And I just want to say, yes, council owns the strategies, but we don't have to write them, and we need to acknowledge that with particular reference to the social wellbeing strategy and Te Ara Toi, the community wrote those strategies and brought it to us, in particular Te Ara Toi. So we've got to be clear about our history, all of it, acknowledge all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Sorry, microphone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. McGaffrey and Mr. Collier for this research and information. So we've been told clearly there's a lack of confidence in council, a disconnect, and that people are disengaged. Is it fixable? Yes, it is. We need to rebuild what we've got. So we heard that the Grow Dunedin partnership was good, but it got sidelined. But we've got invested and passionate people who are keen to align with our priorities and our projects. In my mind, we need to focus on red carpet, not red tape, clarity and certainty. There's a clear line. We need to engage and we need to get people to work with us on these matters. We've heard that a vacuum exists. Well, let's open up the door there. I'm a very positive person. There's been great work in the engine room, but we need to take it back to the top of the food chain. I think these are Mr. Collier's words. We need to show leadership. We are a city of firsts. I think we've got the right people at the table doing the mahi, and I think too that if we get with a CCO option 5 and then make a plan to get started on this, make a call, make a start and go as fast as we can to get to where we want to go. Don't break anything on the way. Thank you, Mr. Collier. I'll be supporting this. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Ulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, thank you to Mr. Collier and Mr. McGaffrey. Really open and honest feedback, and I really like that. It's quite refreshing, actually, in local government and around this table where sometimes you have to bite your tongue. But really refreshing. Thank you. So I'm going to be probably biting my tongue a little bit here, but anyway, we will get on. Well, I think with this motion, I will be supporting it. And I want to say that I think this is an opportunity for us. Any problem is an opportunity, and looking at this, we've heard what people have said. There's no denying there's clearly an issue. But well, there was mention of 3 reports. One was 2014, before many of us even came on council, and the 2019 Martin Jenkins. Now, we are aware of the Martin Jenkins report. However, this term, I have thought we were going along, we had a good working relationship with particularly some of the key stakeholders, but that appears that wasn't the case. And I think there's been a lack of communication by some around here that could have made it clearer about, and I'm not talking about the mayor, by the way, that could have made it clearer about what was going on, and we could have acted quicker on this. I think there could have been a lot more done sooner. And strategy, a few of us, including myself, have raised this issue numerous times. There's been an issue with a hold-up with strategy that's nearly just about, I feel like my ears nearly falling out. It's been very frustrating and very stressful with the time it has taken for these strategies. And it shouldn't take this long. It really shouldn't. So anyway, we've got an opportunity to turn things around and to move forward, and I think that's really positive. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
For me, this motion is very much ensuring that Enterprise Dunedin can grow Dunedin's economy in partnership with council, key stakeholders and the wider community. Having been the Deputy Chair for 9 years and Chair of Economic Development this triennium, I've seen the life cycle of Enterprise Dunedin over these 12 years. I asked for the original motion in November last year because I knew Enterprise Dunedin had outgrown the model that it was operating within, and there was so much more that could be done. I would like to thank Kevin McCaffrey and Ian Collier from My Governance for doing a great job engaging with a wide range of stakeholders all around the city. I would also like to thank everyone that engaged through the process and spoke with Kevin and Ian. Your time and views were greatly appreciated. At this time, I also want to acknowledge the work that the Grow Dunedin Partnership, chaired by John Gallagher, have done over the last 10 years. There have been many who have been part of the group for many of those 10 years, and I'm happy that Dee has been included in the motion. One thing that stood out for me, and many of you have touched on, was the consistent feedback about the quality of staff at Enterprise Dunedin. Many that were consulted wanted the team to be acknowledged for the talent, engagement with the community sectors they serve, and dedication to their work. We also heard at the workshop last week that the stakeholders were complimentary of Enterprise Dunedin staff and indicated a high level of trust in their dealings. They are a great team. Thank you for their service and everything they do and going forward. I recognise the importance of having option 2 included with option 5. When it comes to option 5, having the CCO with an independent board is key. The Stakeholder Advisory Council, 8 to 10 members, creates a strong environment for key stakeholders to engage with the board, CEO and staff. This will allow the voices from the community to truly engage in ensuring that Enterprise Dunedin delivers for the city. I'm sure we will have a strong lineup of qualified individuals that will want to be part of the governance board. I think the evaluation report of our option 5 in our papers sums up the reasons perfectly, and I would like everybody to reread that and as you go through this, and also those in the community. I also agree with the comment that the added benefit of this option 5 is the direct access by key parties who are able to contribute time and resources to the CCO. When I look around the country at CCOs that are working effectively, I note they are strongly engaged with the communities. I also see how effective they are in promoting their regions when visiting Wellington and talking with central government politicians and officials. That is something we need desperately. And thank you, Mr. Collier, for the points that you made about your Venture South and the success they've had in that space. Great South, sorry. I also agree with the last 3 conclusions on page 54 of our papers. And they are, stakeholders are strongly of the view that Enterprise Dunedin should be a CCO with a stakeholder participation at a governance level. Stakeholders have stated they are willing to commit resources and support Enterprise Dunedin if it is outside of council, e.g. a CCO. We will hold them to that. And council and stakeholders need a model they will ensure for the life of the 9-year plan. All I agree with. In voting for this motion, you are really voting to start the process for a positive and thriving future of our city and ensuring Dunedin has a strong growing economy and development future. That will benefit everyone across our city for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. We are in a cyclical situation, as Mr. McCaffrey mentioned, and we have had various entities outside of council and back into council, and now it's clearly time to move economic development outside of council and into a CCO. And, you know, we've had no contrary voices around the table. And the at the heart of this is the fact that we all desire what's best for Dunedin. And now is our opportunity to set up an organisation that will help us drive a thriving city and create a more sustainable city. We're already #1 for quality of life, but we need to attract more people in that working age because we do have a net deficit in population. But we have moved into a growth phase. So now people are coming to Dunedin and, you know, helped by our #1 for quality of life status. And as we know, it's a beautiful city and a wonderful place to live. So now is our opportunity to set up this organisation which will attract investment, will attract businesses and will attract people to the city. Because we need more people in that engine room of the city, because we do have this demographic deficit between the age of 30 and 50, which is quite significant, especially compared to some of our neighbours, but other cities around the country. So the name of the game is to get busy, make this happen, and give ourselves the opportunity to take advantage of the situation we now find ourselves in. We're entering a growth phase. We have to facilitate that, and we have to hand over. As personally as someone who's had a lifetime purpose of influencing achievement in others, it is now up to us to set up this organisation which will influence achievement throughout our community and in particular for our economy. Because the amount of funding, we talked about the four well-beings, but the economic development area of investment from council is the very much the smallest segment of those four. So it's time to redress that balance. So having said that, we have general agreement around the table. I'll put the motion. Division. You want a division? Okay.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. On that note, I think we better have a break. If we come back at 11 past, that would be great. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. with the local water done well, the water services delivery plan. In your supplementary agenda on page 61, we have Mr Ward and Ms Allen who will come to the table to speak to the report. And we have other technical staff on hand if required. Mr Oliver. Do we have any opening comments?
Kia ora, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity for permitting opening comments. With your permission, I'd just like to recognise the considerable effort that's been required in producing this draft delivery plan. It's been a considerable amount of work over considerable time. We had a cross-functional team, a working group, ably led by Mr Oliver, contributors from our legal team, our finance team, our communications team. Many long nights and many weekends worth of work is what you see in front of you, and we very much trust it meets with your approval.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have one correction to make on page 151 of your agendas. The top table there, so we do have a number of different debt limits in council, as you know. So the table refers to a 280% debt limit, which was the LGFA one. That should actually be the Dunedin City Council's 250% debt limit. So we'll correct that prior to submitting. And what that does when you change it is it reduces the headroom. So in year 10, that headroom would say 434 million. So we'll correct that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a couple of questions. I just was trying to understand exactly what the certification means. The Chief Executive certification, does that mean that the Chief Executive certifies that all is true, good and correct in this report?
Ultimately, I have to be satisfied that what we presented is correct and is accurate.
My next question is on page 72, which is page 3 of the report. But page 72, it talks about rate increases of 15% per annum until the 27-28 year. And that's just water rate increases, isn't it? Because further on the document it talks about water rates. So is that like a minor editorial thing? Because if I was a layperson and I was just going to read the front bit and I saw 15 rate increases of 15% per annum, I might get a little upset. So I wonder if that could be clarified.
It is a 15% increase in the water rate.
It is in three waters. In all of three waters, it's a 15% rate increase. Yes.
And remembering this is a plan we're required to get through the DIA process, and the 15% increase in water rate was clearly signalled as part of the 9-year plan.
Yeah, so it's not about the number, it's about the fact that it should say water rate increases, because it does say further in the plan.
Can we insert the word water?
Page? How
about 72.
So number 3, page 3?
Yeah, page 3 of that.
Yeah.
There,
so it's page 3 of the document, page 72 of our documents. And I just felt like, I went, oh, have we said that we're going to do that? But it just needs to be very clear, and it is clear later in the document that it is about water rate increases.
It's the second bullet of the second lot of bullets.
Yeah, but it does, the sentence in advance does say, to ensure sustainable water services provision. It does link it back to water. But we'll take it under advisement and look at whether it's minor editorial.
Yeah. I mean, it is water rate, it's not general rate. So I think that's quite important. Okay. And quite significant. Okay. So we have Deputy Mayor Lucas, then Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. I've got some specific, almost pedantic questions, I'm sorry. On page 86, so the table there is about total potential new connections, and I just wonder, the totals there, the total potential new connections, the far right-hand column, is only the plan-enabled, is the sum of that? It doesn't take in the ones that, for example, that are plan-enabled, infrastructure constrained, whatever. So I'm just, when you read that, it doesn't in my view, give the full picture of what actually is the potential new connections. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I believe so, Deputy Mayor. I think what we're looking to convey here is what are the known potential new connections, if you're referring to what may arise subsequent to that. It's an unknown figure and therefore not something we can readily portray on the table, if I've understood your question correctly.
But isn't the other columns where they're infrastructure ready and plan enabled, infrastructure constrained, aren't they still potential new connections as well as the ones that are plan enabled? That's my question. Aren't all the columns effectively potential new connections? That was just how I read it. I mean, it might just need, the columns might just need to be, the headings might just need to be changed. If yours is, you're interpreting it differently. I don't know whether I'm explaining myself very well.
I read it like that too, but I just wonder whether it was a template thing.
Yeah, there's two time periods though. I mean, there's 2024 to 34 and then 35 to 55. So you've got a 10-year period, the first lot, and then a 20-year period, the second lot. And then that's all added together for the total of new. I mean, you've got, so, Councillor O'Malley.
Councillors, if I may, the 17,000 is the sum of plan enabled between 2035 and 55 and plan enabled infrastructure constrained 2024. Yes. Yeah.
Is that because the infrastructure constraints are expected to be lifted at some point?
That's correct, yes. And the numbers in the first two columns being infrastructure ready aren't considered as potential new ones. Yeah.
That's, it just is, it takes a bit of reading to understand that, because when you just look at the total, so that's helpful. I don't know whether there's another sentence that might just clarify it underneath that. My other question is on page 93, and it talks about the backlog value as 1 July 2024, and it says in all three columns, it says the renewals expected at 30 June 2024. It's just the word expected. And do we not know what I know it's not necessarily a finite number, but it's, a year ago, do we not have a better feel than using the word expected?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think what we're trying to, again, articulate here is that we're constantly reviewing the assets and constantly reviewing condition and performance, so that it's not a shifting sand. It's very much a what can we do to maximise the lifespan of our assets, and therefore we start with an expectation. But take your point, is that expressing adequately what our intentions are? Yeah.
Just not sure whether that's the right word, that was all. As I said, I'm being very pedantic, I'm sorry. And then finally on page 128, where we talk about the uncalled capital with DCHL, did we not just, of 1.6 billion, did we not just resolve that on 30th of June this year to increase that uncalled capital? I just wonder whether we needed to update that number.
Yes, we did. And it's just making its way through its approval processes at the moment, which is why I think we've sort of alluded to the fact that we're increasing it to 1.9. Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
It does at the end of the paragraph allude to that. And also, I guess the reason why we've signalled Aurora out specifically on this page in terms of the debt is because Aurora is going to be so capital and debt hungry over the 9-year plan. So that's why that company in particular is signalled out.
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, a lot of these dates are sort of 23 and 24. So when's the last date that inputted into the report itself? Is it this last financial year or the year before?
the legislation requires that the period covered covers a period of not less than 10 consecutive financial years, starting with the 2024 to 25 financial year.
Or the input data I'm looking at, because I'll go down to compliance data that's in, so page 89 and then sort of through to like 94. It seems that we've got a lot of 2023 non-compliance and then it stops. So I didn't know whether or not that was the end of the reporting period, or whether in fact we've actually started to get a lot of improvement during that period of delivery.
Thank you, Councillor. So the reason for the 23-24 reporting is that's the last audited milestone for those DIA measures as at 30th of June 2024. We're currently preparing Council's annual report for 24-25, and so where we have the confirmed numbers, we put that into the adjacent column. Some has still been gathered, so as that becomes available and before submission, we can put that in. But the other issue we have is that those numbers won't be audited in the timeframe that we have to submit the water service delivery plan to the DIA.
Thanks. Yeah, it wasn't so much the submission of this document. I was wondering sort of how we've gone on continuous improvement, and I was quite happy to see that nothing had come after 24, but now I know why. So actually back to then page 89, we taught the non-compliance there were basically exceeding maximum interval between samples, and I know that that had been a bit of an issue for us in the past. How well are we resolved on that now? Is that starting to get resolved?
I believe we are tracking well in terms of having an update here and now. I don't have that for you, unfortunately, Councillor. We can circle back around with that information.
And it wasn't really for today's meeting. I just sort of wanted to make sure we're heading in progress. But now I'll go to page 93, which is 24 of the report. And it's in the excellent, good, average, very poor conditions of I think, is that plant on page 94. The question I'm having is that it's between page 93 and page 94. You have plant and then you have underground assets, and we're looking at around about 30% of poor or very poor in both plant and underground assets for wastewater, drinking water and stormwater, but we've got a 78% for stormwater on plant. Can you tell me what that is? Like 78% is in poor or very poor condition.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. That's predominantly the Portobello stormwater pump station, where we have some old infrastructure, particularly the pumps, and some of the assets at the Reed Ave stormwater pump station in Mosgiel. So as part of the short-term work for South Dunedin stormwater, we are looking at what renewals we can do for the Portobello stormwater pump station.
And then stormwater risk management plan's got a date of July 26th to June 28th for delivery. Where are we on that? Because I'm feeling that there's still an unknown challenge facing Three Waters, which is stormwater, and I imagine that the risk management plan's going to identify that. Will that be where that will come through?
Correct, and I think we've previously signalled that in the ISCOM activity reports.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Some minor editorials again. Page 83 and 84. I note that there's a map there showing, on page 83, there's a list of places which have water connection, and it says at the bottom, rural zoned areas not listed above do not receive any DCC reticulated Three Waters. So that's all very understandable. But then if you go to page 84, the purple
down the peninsula, there is an area there at Grassy Point that isn't residential. I know it says broadly, but I think it's sort of contradictory. Grassy Point is rural, designated rural, which fits with the previous description. So I think that's an important, just accurate aspect that should be corrected.
Thank you, Councillor.
And then this is something I've raised before over the years. When you're reading through and you read South Dunedin and then you see Portobello in brackets, it's always very confusing. And I know it's on the Portobello Road, the little bit that's in South Dunedin, but Portobello is a place down the end of the peninsula. And I heard Jared say, Portobello stormwater pumping station. So I think we just need to have some clarity in how we describe that, because it is confusing. I know you know what you're talking about, but for somebody reading this from the outside, they may not. So that's just a suggestion. And now 2 other questions. This is a really simple one. Is there an opportunity to note in the plan, and there may not be, the 20,000 domestic self-suppliers in the city, because they make up a real chunk of the city, and they're not covered by local water done well, I get that, but is it relevant, and would it be useful to note that somewhere?
I take on board that suggestion, Councillor, and see how that can be woven in, but can't say here and now that's something we can do.
Just a thought. And finally, 2 other things. Interested in if you can explain on page 90 and 106, talks about data integrity issues several times. Could you just explain that a little more to us, the why and the what and the why? There's a little bit there about the what, but why do we have data integrity issues?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so what it is the way the system captures the data. It captures the compliance data at the site, and then it's supposed to communicate that back to, a central repository to hold the information. And sometimes that communication link, which is generally tends to be a radio link, it will perhaps intermittently drop out. Sometimes that's because a lot of different sites, if you think about all the pump stations and so on, are trying to send data at the same time, and so sometimes that data doesn't get transferred when it should, and in the case of drinking water compliance, that can be, if you're missing 1 minute of data, then you become non-compliant on that day. So yeah, that's
very problematic. Is there a fix? Like, it's not an IT issue, or is it? Or we're all used to Wi-Fi dropping out, but radio links. Tell us about what the fix is.
I'm not an expert in that area, Councillor, but it can involve increasing, the bandwidth capacity on the radio frequencies, or using more radio frequencies, or you can change the way you package up the data to make it be able to be sent quicker, or you can increase the data storage capacity at each of the remote locations, so that if they can't communicate to the central hub, they can store it for longer and then send it when they have free capacity in the radio network.
So are we working on that? Is that a reasonable? Yep, you're nodding. And the other question is, does this happen mostly when there's like a weather event or so? And is that when it happens, at the really crucial times?
It can do, because often the conditions are changing quite rapidly in a weather event, and so there's lots of data that different stations are trying to send and communicate and so on, so it can happen around those times.
Thank you for that. And finally, Mr Wood, my final question is around since this was written, any further comments around our relationship with Christchurch City Council and our memorandum of understanding, just the work that's going on?
Yep, thank you for that question. So we are in regular contact with Christchurch, and we'll pick up the momentum with them as soon as the plans are in place, ours and theirs, and then we'll look to see how we can continue to work together in the way that we've described to you.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Reed Ave and Carlisle Street, is there any, I know it was just mentioned Reed Ave, they've been a problem for a really long time. Is there any movement on those, any developments, anything new, anything we can have hope for in those?
They've not been covered specifically necessarily in this plan, and I'd like to ask if I can come back to you separately on those, please.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, so of the government's directing us to separate the water bill out from the rest of the rate, which is, I think, politically much easier for us, to be honest. I'm wondering about page 59, and you're talking about a 400% debt level for the water delivery. Now, I think you're saying in that we can still stay below the council debt if we keep an eye on that 400%. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we're within that limit. Yes.
Is the government going to actually ask for councils who have got it in-house to separate their debt burden out from what is water and then what is the rest, and give the two different ratios?
That is correct. We do need to have it ring-fenced and show the debt as well as everything else separately, so assets, income, expenses. So we'll have a separate annual report for water services.
But, which is obviously was the debate at the time, in-house and out-of-house, but effectively still, even though we're going to be reporting it as its own entity, when we come to do the debt, we aggregate it back again to talk of the council debt.
Yes, we're fully expecting that you're going to want to see it aggregated as well as separated out in the same way that you'd like to see what the group debt is now. Yeah.
Is it 500% for CCOs? Is it not? It's not. Is it? Or is this the same as the CCO? Or is this a bit lower than what the CCOs were going to get?
Yes, this is a bit lower. So the LGFA are allowing 500% for CCO water debt. Yeah.
Right. Do we have any, Councillor Houlihan?
But following on from that, we're not, just to clarify, we're not going to be a CCO, are we?
No, where water is in-house.
Yeah, so we don't get the 500%, do we?
No, our limit with our GFA is 280. Yes.
So if the water rate is done separately, will that show the rate will look like it's lower, but it will then have that on it? Is that how will that be? How will that be presented?
Sorry, Councillor, just to clarify your question, are you talking about debt or rates there? The rates. Yeah, so that's one of the things that we'll need to work through now, is how far we need to go with the ring fencing in terms of our rate accounts.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Go back and clarify Councillor Barker's original question with that rate increase. Obviously, if it's the water rate increase and it was an absolute number, it would be bigger than if it was a general rate increase because it's coming off a bigger denominator. So that is the water rate.
Yes, correct. The water rates are going up the 15%. Yes.
Then I think it would be clarifying to put the word water in.
Yes. I see no further questions. You have another one, Councillor O'Malley?
No. Waving away.
Waving away. Okay, look, thank you very much. And so therefore I'll move that Council adopts the draft Dunedin City Council Water Services Delivery Plan and authorise any minor editorial changes such as inserting the word water, and notes that we'll certify that plan as attachment A and the rest of that resolution. Seconded, Councillor O'Malley. Yep. And in speaking to this, I think this is the culmination of a lot of work. My goodness, and a lot of technical work. And I'd certainly like to thank Mr. Ward and Mr. Oliver in particular for the many hours, and the rest of the team as well, I'm sure, many hours that have gone into producing this plan. And all councils are required to have a water services delivery plan, and I believe our draft has had a look over already and sits very well within the rules, regulations and requirements of the government, really, and DIA who'll be looking at it in the first instance. So it's very pleasing to be at this point where we have the ability to keep water in-house and perform the water delivery functions by ourselves. So, and within our debt constraints. So this is a testament to a few things, the skills and expertise of our staff in particular, but also the fact that a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, we started spending more on water and water services, and so we went early to upgrade our water systems when other authorities held back, thinking that someone else, the water services would be amalgamated into large groups of councils, and it would be easier to get things done that way. However, we know the various problems that we have, and now we're in a position to be able to keep it in-house and to be able to fund it ourselves, because we have started early to fix the things that need to be fixed. And there is, obviously a report that was mentioned in the questions. One of those lines is how far behind we are behind where we would like to be, the optimal situation, how far we are behind the optimal situation in the various areas of, storm fresh and wastewater. However, it's certainly not insurmountable. And a lot of the things that, areas of non-compliance are relatively minor. You're talking about the fractions of 1% or, way less than 5%. So we're very good. And of course, a lot of those non-compliance issues that we have come from electronic communication of data, and we have a good remote measurement and control systems in place. And I do know that we are looking to upgrade those systems, and have encountered suppliers of those systems. In fact, 2 different ones spoke to us recently. So we are, and the department is constantly on the lookout for improvements, and improvements to the way we perform the work and the delivery of that work. And we do have a very large program of work planned. So after a long time of less than sufficient work being done. So I commend the department for all the efforts they're putting in, and commend council for being brave enough to go early and go hard. Thank you. Who else would like to speak to this? Councillor O'Malley, of course.
Mr Mayor, I think I've said it before. I worked for the council one summer, and one of my jobs was to be the buddy in the truck when we went up and took the paper tape readers off the intakes at Deep Stream. So they were just moving them over to radio transmitters at that point. This is really just the progression of our end of the government's progression in 3 Waters reform, and everybody's going to have to set up a water service delivery plan for each of the TAs. I do agree with His Worship, Mr Mayor's statement about having gone in early, we're in a better position than others, but we still face a fairly large challenge to keep going forward and keeping up with the regs as they go, and also the back work we have. But I think what is a good component of this is that the water bill will be separated out from the rest of the rate bill, because it is often the driver of what is causing rates to change. And when you're trying to do the right thing with water, you can end up being lambasted for doing the wrong thing with rates. So I think it's going to be quite useful to actually have the 2 separated out, to be honest. And I think what you'll find then is we'll be able to demonstrate to the people of Dunedin that their water bill is in fact one of the lowest water bills in Otago, if not the lowest water bill in Otago, and being able to separate it out and demonstrate that it will actually be quite useful to us. But we definitely do have a lot of work to go ahead to keep getting the system in place and better. And the one thing I'm sort of warning everybody is that while we've been thinking of potable water and wastewater, we haven't had our eye on stormwater very much. And stormwater makes up half your water bill, and in fact is going to be the place where the next rises will come from. And I don't want to be the harbinger of doom, but I think it's better to let people know what's coming than it is to just not talk about it till it arrives. But to be honest, I'm actually relatively happy with the way the reform has gone and where we've set ourselves up. And I just really want to compliment all the staff, from legal through the technical, on all the work they've done here, because this is a very good presentation for government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Mr Mayor has pointed out that we did go early and went hard, and that the starting early was not just a few years ago. In fact, it was already back to 2015, prompted by the disastrous flood in South Dunedin. If you look at the graph of our spending on water since then, on Three Waters since then, it has been increase on increase. And the latest increase, I believe, given our debt situation, is simply too much. You can always get better water. You can always have a greater resilience to flooding. You can always spend, in fact, almost without limit on the water supply. But I think that most people are reasonably happy with the water supply as it is. I can't not mention the people in Surrey Street who have very obvious reasons for not being happy. But one of the main reasons for that is that we've failed over many years now to separate stormwater from sewage. It isn't that they're using the toilets more often when it's raining, it's because the stormwater that should be staying in the stormwater system is leaking into the sewage system at a great rate. That needs to be sorted. In terms of water quality, I think that most Dunedin people are happy with their drinking water, and I think that most Dunedin people would be much happier if the rates rises weren't so severe and we didn't have such a largely accelerated program of spending on Three Waters. For that reason, I'll be voting against.
Thank you. Councillor Wetherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is the start of the chickens coming home to roost. For too long, councils the length of the country have borrowed against passing on the true cost of delivering water services. Hence, our city's debt has continued to rise at an alarming rate. Yet, thankfully, it's enabled our water department to take a proactive approach to bringing our water services up to standard, to the envy of many of our neighbouring councils. We hear continuously our city's debt is a concern to ratepayers. Government's legislation of water sustainability is now going to work towards the true cost of supply, not being fudged by debt to the same extent. Recent rate increases have been hard to stomach. Impending water bill increases will seem terminal to some. I'd like to thank the staff for the plan. We've just jumped through another hoop for government. Reality is going to hurt. However, it's great we're going down a united path. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Since coming on to council in the last 3 years, I feel like it's been a very steep learning curve on Three Waters or local water done well, and I'd like to thank staff, not only in Three Waters but our finance team and our legal team for educating us, and also for the huge work that they've done on this plan. I know there was mention of the many hours, and I know reading it, the huge effort to pull all that information together in the one document, and most of that information is information we've already received, whether that be in the infrastructure strategy, long-term plan, various results that we've seen, as part of performance measures in previous financial annual report. And I think that's why there's so few questions today, because we've seen it before, and staff have provided so many workshops to make sure that we absolutely know what we're adopting today. Councillor Van der Vis's comment about he thinks the community are happy with the water, and people, so long as when they turn their tap on and the water runs and they flush the toilet and it goes away, I think people actually don't think about their water unless one or either of those things happen. And as many councillors have already alluded to, it is going to be a shock when the water bill is separated out, and Councillor O'Malley has, in my time on council, has constantly said that we are underpricing our water, and it is going to be a shock when people actually learn what the true cost of water delivery is in our city. But I really would like to commend the staff for having completed this early. As someone who always did her homework and her assignments the night before, it's great to know that we're a long way out from the deadline. That here we are today, we're adopting this and with plenty of time up our sleeve. So it's you know, you should be absolutely congratulated for all the work that you've done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur. Our team of staff in Three Waters is nationally admired and respected, and we are very lucky to have their expertise, which is played out in this document, as well as all of the other teams of staff who contributed to it. It will be a heck of a shock for the public, no matter how many times we've said it around this table, no matter that this particular piece of work has been going on for a number of years to get to this point, and that we are required by government to do this work. Let's not forget that. It's not about whether the community are happy with their water or not. It's we are required to do this work. So I believe it's going to be a real shock in terms of what delivering water costs. We can't have it both ways. We can't say, oh, we need the infrastructure and then say we've got too much debt and we can't afford to do this. We are required to do this. And in fact, the work began, the plans began to get ahead of this well back beyond, in the past, beyond this triennium. So in some regards, we've been ahead of it, but there's still lots to do. And one of the things I worry about that isn't in here is the public-private watercourses, the stormwater, which was a feature post 2015 and has kind of fallen by the wayside somewhat. I also worry that there are 20,000 people in the city who are domestic self-suppliers, many in low-income areas, and they are not covered by Local Water Done Well. That is not our fault because the government did not include them, but I think it's important to acknowledge them. They won't, of course, be charged for the supply, delivery of water because they don't receive it, but it is they are a sizable part of our population, and I think of particularly places like Marae, tourist attractions, and I noted in the document a very valid point about leapfrogging and the possibility of private water delivery systems in areas where people may have got frustrated and think to be putting some in. So there is so much to this. It's complex. I appreciate the work of staff, the detail, and the fact that we've all engaged with that speaks volumes. Thank you to the Chief Executive for the leadership in this area and to Mr Ward for his leadership of the team.
Fantastic. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this. One of the key parts of this whole paper for me was the fact that actually, you know, when you marry up our 10-year growth pattern, you know, 10,000 people coming to the city in the next 10 years is budgeted. That tells me right then and there we need to improve our water services. And then the other aspect being in our 9-year plan that we recently passed included 1.03 billion in capital expenditure for the 3 water services here. That works out to be just over 100 million per year. And I think the key thing being is that this council is taking it seriously and investing in the infrastructure, and that is drinking water, wastewater and stormwater. And that's 100 million, over 100 million per year. And I think that's the key part of what we need to focus on going forward, especially over the next couple of months. The part being is there has to be a way to pay for this, and having the separation is actually a good pathway to do that. But yeah, it's also going to take debt. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, well, this has been a very, very long process, and I just want to thank the staff who've been involved and our legal team who've had numerous, had hours poring over all the legislation, and obviously David for your work, thank you, and everybody who's done it, and all of us. It's been a long process, and we've got here, but I think obviously the news around the increase in the water rates is going to be alarming for every resident. It's concerning. I'm really worried about it, and I know people will, it could be the breaking point for some people. we've got to work out how we can do something about that, and maybe have that they could maybe apply for a fund or something to get some sort of reprieve. I don't know, but this is going to be hard for people. I think that the comments by Councillor Vandervis are concerning around not voting for this, because the problem we've got numerous years ago, you know, councils had decided previously not to invest as much in infrastructure and to keep rates low. And I know it's great to keep rates low. However, the day of reckoning comes. We're at the day of reckoning. And that's why we've got these higher rates. That's why we're in this problem now. If they'd been paid way back, and you know, we wouldn't have these high rates now. We'd have an even keel, but that hasn't happened. So it's really disappointing.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I will be supporting this. As Councillor Gary referred to, it is required. And we are using a DIA template, and I will also join everyone in thanking the staff. It's a bit sad that they've been working weekends and after hours to get this to us, and I really appreciate that hard work. I think I might have moaned a little about reading the report, but I take it all back. You guys are amazing. When Councillor Weatherill talked about the true cost of supply, and I think that is something that people will have to face. I specifically asked that question about the 15% rates rise, because I felt like I went, oh, but that it is water rates, and I think we need to understand what that means to people. When we looked at having the model in-house or out of house, the model in-house was showing that the costs were actually supposed to be better in-house. When we talk about the community being happy with the water, when we look at our residents' opinion survey from last year, we had 15% of respondents who were commenting on the flooding, stormwater and drainage, that it needs to be fixed. And one of the top 2 priorities for DCC was said infrastructure, main infrastructure. So this is absolutely key of what we do, and I will hope that once it is certified by the CEO, that it goes to DIA and that they will be happy with us.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Vandervis. Most people are likely happy with the water supply until they aren't, and until there are issues. I agree too with Councillor Weatherill. This does feel to me very much like chickens coming home to roost. I also agree with Councillor O'Malley, highlighting the true costs of supplying water that is safe and that does make people happy with turning on the tap will likely be eye-opening for many. 2 of the best bits of advice I was given in business were to surround yourself with people who are better than you are at something, and I believe we've got that, especially with Mr Ward and his team and Ms Allen and hers. The other one is to listen to the expert advice. You've paid for it, and if you've listened to the first bit of advice, they know much more than you do, so shut up and listen. We have workshopped, discussed, taken expert advice, challenged expert advice, discussed some more, and most of us have said how much we trust our Three Waters team and how lucky we are to have them. So for me, to this far into the process, question either how we got here or whether or not this is the right plan seems to me either to be contradicting previous statements from around this table or thinking that we know better than the team of respected experts, or arguably simply angling for media attention. Personally, I would once again like to thank the efforts and more particularly the patience of the Three Waters team for explaining complicated details time and time again, sometimes the same detail over and over until we actually understand it. So thank you for that, and I'm very happy to run with this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? No? I see not. Thank you. Well, then coming back to this, Councillor Vandervis takes a very easy option focusing on water supply, and you know our freshwater rates very highly, and he's probably right that most people are primarily concerned about that, and the state of our freshwater supply is excellent. However, we have problems with our wastewater system. we have issues, and the stormwater system has even more. And as Councillor O'Malley pointed out, the fixing of the stormwater will cost a whole lot more. But we've also got the whole wastewater system, particularly on the other side of the hill, in Kaikoura Valley, Mosgiel, Green Island, and so there's quite a lot of work to be done there. Our wastewater system at Tahuna is working well, but we need a new central interceptor. So we're looking at very large expenses across our whole water systems to get them up to standard. And as various councillors have mentioned, we are playing catch up. The day of reckoning is here. It has been mandated and regulated, and we need to, bring our system up to scratch. And there's no doubt that there's been, a positive expenditure in days gone by, but certainly through this triennium we have increased that expenditure significantly, and for the current 9-year plan we have doubled the expenditure on water. And so people will be able to see that as that gets transferred to a separated water bill. And what that story, the reason why we're having to have a 15% increase in the water bill each year going forward is because we have been undercharging for water. It's as simple as that. We've been taking, people have been paying less than what it costs to supply. So we have to do that catch up. The time is now, but we're on a good track. We're able to do that within the pre-existing council debt limit. So many jurisdictions around New Zealand have to go to 500% of council revenue. We do not. We're able to do what we're doing within the LGFA debt limit of 280%, but also within our pre-existing council debt limit of 250%. So we're tracking well. And at the end of all that, in 5 years' time, our debt increase will flatten off. So we're in a good position, but because we have bitten the bullet and had the rates increases we need to be able to get that the income up to be able to cope with the expenses that we do have, because we can't have a top class water system without income. And nothing happens for nothing. So we have both income and debt to achieve what we are achieving. Having said that, I'll now put the motion by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to item 7. We can manage this before lunchtime, I think. And we'll have this is the business case for strategic investment into reduction of construction and demolition waste in Dunedin. And we have Mr. Henderson and Ms. Godomsky here to speak to the report. Do we have any prefacing comments, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do need to point out an error that's been pointed out to me in the figures in this report in paras 32 and 34 of the report. There's two slightly different sets of figures that have been used, which was an editing error. The figures used in para 32 are the correct ones. The figures used in para 34 are actually outdated. So para 32 is correct.
Could you give that page number again, please?
47. Okay. Sorry.
Apologies, 45 and 47. Yeah, thank you. Also, just by way of a brief reminder, This project and the following paper were basically based out of the zero carbon plan originally, relating to waste, C&D waste, and the following paper is community waste. The two staff that have been employed to work on these were two fixed term employees working on the business plans for, or the project plans for addressing this waste. And yeah, so we're now at that point where we can report back on, after a considerable amount of consultation and research, etc. We're at the point where we can now report back on next steps for that plan.
Great. And just to clarify these figures, page 47, you've got cost of this option includes 3.95 million of capital funding. That figure should also be on page 46. Is that correct? Because on page 46, at the top of the page, you've got 3.520 million, and those figures should be the same, and it should be the later 3.9 figure.
Yeah, those figures should be the same. There's basically the 3.52, 1.5, and there's 660 as well. So there's three figures that are used. Unfortunately, long story short, this report was written some time ago originally, and when we edited it to update the figures, we didn't catch all of them.
Yeah, so the figure of 660 across the 9-year plan period is the same, right? Yep. But the figure in between for a central city hub, 1560, it should be less. It should be 1500, should it?
Yeah, in that second one, it's actually only another small confusion. It's quoting what's in years 1 and 2 of the 9-year plan. So there's actually 1560 in the 9-year plan, but the first 2 years has got 150. So the main error is actually in the C&D facility figure. Should be 3520.
So it should be 3950.
No, that should be 3520.
Chris, do we have updated pages with the correct figures?
The figures in para 32 under debt are the correct ones.
All right. So 32.
Councillors, would it be helpful if we got updated pages circulated?
Sorry, I just pointed it out.
Yep. So I think if we could, maybe just move to the next, we'll get updated pages circulated for clarity.
We can move on. The main thing is that the correct page, the correct figure is the lower one, 3520. That's what
yes,
I was looking
absolutely.
to
So
establish.
I do apologise for the editing area. We didn't catch the second ones, but yeah, I can absolutely circulate the correct figures. Yep.
Yep. Thank you. That's good. Righto. Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Vandevers.
On the paragraph just above in 33, I'm pleased to see that there's, in this option, the DCC's role would be to incentivise behaviour change for builders and trade persons through financial mechanisms such as reduced consent fees, regulatory mechanisms through a bylaw, extending provision of information and good practice, etc. Is one of the regulatory mechanisms that we could introduce, could that be a stay on demolition to give, say, 2 weeks' time for contractors to pull usable materials out of the demolition, proposed demolition? Would that be something that would fall under a regulatory mechanism? Is it something we could build into demolition consents?
Thank you, Councillor. I'd have to take advice on that from the building services team, but yes, that does sound like a good option for us to take, so that we can actually take stock of what the need for deconstruction as opposed to demolition.
Mr. Henderson. Mr. Paul Henderson.
Sorry, Councillor. Most of the demolition required doesn't actually require any consent. It's only when you've got sort of party walls and things like that. So most of them are done without our knowledge. But I guess what you could do from what you're suggesting is as an incentive-based question, as opposed to a regulatory-based question.
That really was a wee bit of my question as well, and that is, are we able, do we have to give a sort of incentive for developers to delay demolition to do that, or can we actually regulate, given that a lot of these demolitions aren't consented anyway, can we regulate the time taken to knock these things down so that they can be reused, because it's one of the biggest issues I think we have.
Again, Councillor, I'll pick that one up. I don't believe that we as council could regulate that, because that's set by government in terms of what the rules are. So not from a regulatory perspective. It would have to be from the incentive perspective, unless you were to petition the government accordingly.
Okay, I'm all for not bothering to petition government, because I don't see much evidence of that ever working. In terms of an incentive then, what kind of incentive could we give a developer? Would it be legal for us to give them a cash incentive to just hold fire for 2 weeks till the good bits can be taken out of the building, and perhaps even publicise it on the DCC website to give them a bit of positive publicity as well as a cash incentives?
Thank you, Councillor. That is a possibility. The thinking was more along the lines of actually reduced fees subsequent if there was a waste plan presented to council that included the fact that they were going to find alternative uses for that material, or at least not take it straight to landfill, that could then flow into the subsequent consenting fees and that, etc. So there would actually be a discount rather than cash incentive.
Yep, okay, that sounds really good, but then again, to make it happen regularly, would that discount be enough? Do we need to have something more as a mechanism to stop so much, for instance, beautiful timber, beautiful fittings and everything else, a lot of old buildings especially, simply going to landfill?
Without the data, I couldn't answer that comprehensively without the data. I guess the trick is to make sure that the discount more than takes care of basically the obviously disposing of material straight to landfill. Disposal is an expensive business, so the idea of actually how much of a discount you would achieve that actually then is equal to or greater than that cost of disposal would be the key. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā kōrua, Ms Gdomski, and arawa ko Mr Henderson. My two questions relate to the summary of considerations on page 50 and 51. My first one, and maybe it's for the Chief, aroha mai, I should know this, but with regards to significance, it says that there could be, this is of medium significance. So what does that mean in terms of consultation, or is consultation out of the picture, blah, blah, blah?
Doesn't want me to talk. Thank you. I'm not sure why this would have triggered medium significance, so that's actually a really good question, and I'd like some clarity on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it was judged to be of medium significance because there is an interest from industry and the community, and there has been some engagement already, stakeholder engagement, and there's certainly an intention to continue that. Yes, the medium significance was based around the sort of project planning tier.
My second and final question relates to page 50, the Māori impact statement. And I'm not trying to get into the weeds and operations, but I just noted the working group. It's got 5 people from your team and then 6 others from across the organisation. And I was just curious as to how mana whenua or te takiharu are directly at the table, sort of. I don't know. Just can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So far, the input has been through the Waste Minimisation and Management Plan Steering Group, and I have reached out to the Runaka to Aokaha as well. We've got some meetings lined up. Yes, it's a question of the project control group working internally and who else to draw into that, and all the wider cross-industry sector representatives potentially to have involvement there as well.
Great. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora koutou. I was wondering about, we passed a resolution in April around the feasibility study, and I just wonder, that's very noisy, what the status of the feasibility study is. And my question is in relation to how it informs the business case. Are these two supposed to be in step with each other?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, indeed they are. I mean, that feasibility study has commenced in terms of desktop and talking to the industry stakeholders who may be able to contribute financially to if there's an on-the-ground survey. So we're looking for some recommendations from that in terms of what will work, what the logistics are, what the costs are, and whether that investment is of value for money. That will inform the other work that will be going on in terms of costing, incentives, and other projects and fund.
Yeah, so I just can't understand why we're being asked to approve a business case today when we don't have the feasibility study which would inform some of that stuff.
Yeah, Councillor, the business case is here just to define what the issues are and to sort of scope what the project plan will include. So the actual project planning, costing, and further work would come after the business case. So it's basically just defining the problems and some options for addressing them.
My next question is just around there's difference in costs between option 1 and option 3, and I was a bit confused because some of them refer to using money from the waste levy, and some option 1 might have an impact on rates, especially if we were funding incentives through rates. I think, am I correct, first of all, in there, all of the impact on capital and debt will be the same, and that's all in the long-term plan, the operational costs for borrowing are all in there, so that's, we don't think about that.
Yeah, so those figures are obviously a bit of confusion about the figures, but the figures I'm talking about in para 32 are in the 9-year plan.
So my real question is the impact on rates, because there's 3 different options and there's 3 different impacts, and I just want to check that I'm understanding them correctly. So the first one, option 1, I wondered whether there was an impact on rates and how much it could possibly be, because it talked about further investigation of potential financial incentives may impact upon incomes from fees and charges. So it says it could be funded from waste levy, but it could also, I mean, waste levy is a pot, but it could also have an impact on rates. And then option 2 talked about that it could have a, so I'm just trying to find option 2, rates, that additional operational costs would need to be calculated, and there could be costs of compliance and enforcement, reduction in fees and charges. And then option 3 just says status quo, so no more increase in rates. So I'm just trying to understand the impact of, if we went with option 1 today, does it have an impact on operational costs?
Karen could probably fill in some of the blanks, but I guess just at a high level, obviously the waste levy funding is available for anything that does actually divert waste from landfill. Where it gets a bit tricky is if, for argument, we're talking about an incentive scheme, if that is a reduced income from building consents, but we can't actually contribute that directly to a reduced waste to landfill, then that we wouldn't be able to put that against waste levy. That would be reduced income for that team. So it depends exactly on where that impact would hit.
So how is council deciding how to use the waste levy? Because we dipped in for well over $1 million, didn't we, for transporting waste up to Timaru? So I guess my concern is the transparency of where the money's coming from for that. Does that make sense?
I think I understand you correctly. I said the council directs the spending of the waste levy via the WMMP, by the waste plan. So the priority and actions that are in that plan is where waste levy can be spent.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for the report. Really interesting reading. A lot of work's gone into it. On page 42 and 43, it talks about the engagement with the sector, which I found particularly interesting reading. And I have read all the detail. I'm just really interested to hear any further comment you might have to make about the response from the construction and building sector.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the response has been overwhelmingly sort of enthusiastic and identifying the need for change. But obviously, as pointed out in some of these problem statements, there's so many barriers, and obviously time and money being two key ones for people, and so it's part of the project proposal would be to find some ways of helping the industry more. But there's certainly a lot of appetite for change out there.
That's great to hear, and the enthusiasm is, and obviously there's all the elements that have to be in place before they can use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'm looking at option 1, option 2 and option 3. Am I right in saying that the Centre City Hub is not an option 3 but is an option 1 and option 2? Is that? I found it.
Councillor, no, the Central City Hub is in all three options because there's money in the LTP.
Yes, so the capital budgets for the C&D facility at Green Island and the Central City Hub are common to all. Okay, thanks. In the centralised C&D facility at Green Island, you also make some commentary somewhere else in the report about cooperating with private activities that are already going. So, and I know you also make a comment that most of the C&D is coming from actually just offcuts from construction rather than demolition per se. What about concrete and demolition? And I guess where I'm going with that is we already know that an ex-council is running a concrete plant at Burnside and appears to take a lot of material. How are we going to ensure that we don't end up duplicating or undermining private activities? And how does that, what effect would that have on the design of the central facility at Green Island?
The waste providers have been very much involved in the cross-sector working that I've been doing, and hence, you know, they've been bringing their ideas to the party as well. And the basis of the collaborative approach is to make sure that everyone's able to play their part, and we're not getting in the way of them being able to do what they want to do. In fact, you know, if it is more of a viable option, then certainly could support them seeking funding. So I think it's horses for courses in terms of the type of material, what can be dealt with locally, building what we've already got and not trying to duplicate that. And so to make sure that we are able to plug the gaps and improve the overall value for money.
That's a comforting answer. So basically, but it might still say that, you know, well, the bitumen's not in C&D, but there might be a bitumen recycling plant. There might be a treated wood activity that somebody else is already doing. I don't know if there is, but that's a good one to choose because I don't know if it's already happening, so I might be naming anybody. But we will be ensuring then that, well, will still the intent be that there will be a central Dunedin site for an activity, but it won't necessarily all be at Green Island. It could be somewhere else if a private provider can give it.
Yeah, that's correct. Thanks, Councillor. Not so sure what activities could be at that central site, but there's obviously as a starter for 10, that's where items suitable for reuse could absolutely be stored and in a location that's easy for people to get to have a look and to take those for reuse, yes.
The 660,000 across the 9-year plan for community recycling centres, that's capital, right? Or is that operational?
Yeah, so that's capital for setting those up, yes.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I just want to follow on from Councillor Barker's questions because I had similar questions, and can I just tease out a bit because I've gone back to the report from the 15th of April, and I'm just not sure that this is a business case that incorporates all of C&D. So I'm just trying to see where we approved what we from 15th of April in the work on that, and how this dovetails into what we've got here. I'm just not sure that this to me, this is almost, we haven't got all the information to approve a business case. It doesn't seem to me that this is a business case report. So I'm just not, I think I'm missing something here, I think.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, as I say, the business case is really just to set out what the issues are and to have some agreement about how those could be addressed. The actual real work and incorporating some of the work that obviously from the feasibility study, depending on how that's due in October, would be to pull together as much information as we could then about the priority projects and incentives and cost those out. But that would be informed along the way by the feasibility study outcomes. So the business case in terms of the project management stages is just really to set out, just to make it clear what the extent of the issues and opportunities might be, and some options for addressing those, not to do the actual full feasibility and costings. That will come later.
And I guess that's my concern, as some of the other councillors have alluded to, is that if we go with option one, we don't actually know what the impact on rates is, because to me we haven't got all the information. I mean, in a business case, and I pick up Councillor O'Malley's point about, there are private operators. I mean, I would see that all of that would be addressed, and we'd have all that information, so we would know who the players are in the market, and if we make this decision, what impact that will be, not only on our own budgets but other people's budgets. I'm just struggling to work out why we've got this paper here today without that, and what these and with these these options and for the resolution. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. I guess one of the with this, what we're asking for here is basically putting the options and the proper definition in front, so that we can understand where you want us to direct our efforts. And the next steps on para 37, you'll see that we've actually put in there that the detailed planning, the financial incentives, estimated costs, etc., will be reported back to council as part of the annual plan 26-27. So this is not basically approving all those costs or anything else. This is basically approving the work stream to get into the detail to come back with that stuff for the annual plan.
It's clear. Are there any other questions? Okay. Councillor Varga.
I'm just looking at the advantages and disadvantages of all three options and just trying to see some of the disadvantages, especially in option one. Is it says, without further measures, this option doesn't offer a clear pathway to reuse or recycling for all materials. And is that going to be part of the investigation with the feasibility study into that? I'm trying to look, and I'm also trying to balance up the commercial waste opportunities as well, because is option one kind of like council and community doing everything in collaboration, with some commercial in here? I'm just having a challenge understanding it.
Councillor, in terms of the pathways for materials, I think that is a real gnarly one, and if it's actually under the disadvantages of all of the options, because none, in terms of trying to either deliver through council, community, private waste operators, there is still a need to identify what can be done with some of those materials, and obviously we'd be aiming to try to get as much processed and dealt with and reused locally. Where the feasibility study comes in is saying, in the interim, what can we do with to avoid, for instance, treated timber going into landfill if there isn't a solution locally. Yes, we can look at where that can go, but the ideal would be in the longer term to actually deal with it locally.
So can the waste levy fund CapEx projects? I guess it's part of we're looking at a lot of, we've got a CapEx set up for some of the projects, and I just wonder if we can use the waste levy to address some of that. Will that come back in the business case if we were to look at option one?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So yes, that would definitely come back. Waste levy can be used for CapEx as long as it's directly tied to a waste reduction to landfill. If the use can be tied directly to something that will reduce waste to landfill, then it can be used. You'll also remember that we recently submitted on proposed changes to the Waste Minimisation Act, where they're looking at expanding what the waste levy can be used for. I don't know what those changes are exactly going to look like at this point. But yeah, there's change in the wind, and yes, waste levy can be used, and that detail will be reported back as part of that detailed costings.
So the waste levy was going to be changed to we're not getting 100% of our money, that 20% is going to go off to other councils around the area. Will that mean that we are getting less? I mean, we're getting quite a bit of money in the waste levy. Will it mean that we're actually getting less money in the waste levy to use?
Yes and no, because our share of the waste levy will decrease, but the waste levy is still yet to increase next year, so that will cover the difference basically.
Very good. I think we've exhausted questions. Thank you very much. So I'd like to move that Council approves the business case recommended option, collaboration with community and private sector. And we note that the costing of the projects and potential incentives will be reported back to Council in December. Do I have a seconder for that? I'm looking at Councillor Valley. Thank you. And in speaking of this, I think we need only look at the advantages of this option, which means that waste companies can continue to develop business opportunities and have the potential to be supported by DCC investment and behaviour change. And we know that from reading the report, there are quite a few companies that are working hard in this area and making great efforts to divert demolition material. But also that community organisations will be enabled to deliver local resource recovery infrastructure and services, as we know that some already are doing. And it's likely to deliver more employment opportunities and volunteering opportunities as well, and have an overall greater cumulative impact. Therefore, I exhort you all to vote for this. Who would like to speak to it? Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm only going to speak to this item the next one. So, although I'm not really a fan of a lot of carbon zero initiatives, waste minimisation is an absolute no-brainer. Perhaps it's part of our Scottish heritage. Our residents don't like waste. Dunedin's diverting up to 12,000 tonnes of construction and demolition waste yearly from landfill will surely compound the savings for the city by extending the life of Smooth Hill considerably. In regards to a purpose-built facility or facilities, I have no doubt we will get buy-in from industry and community. We just have to be strategic around the location, accessibility and convenience of such resource centres. We don't need to make a science of it. We simply just need to make a start. Thank you.
Councillor Vandevers.
Private companies that deal with 80% of Dunedin's waste made that start decades ago, and they've shown that they can do it far more effectively than the DCC, and they can do it much more cheaply. The idea that we can do this and extend the life of Smooth Hill assumes that we're going to actually go ahead with Smooth Hill, and if we are going to try and extend the life of it in this way, we are simply going to increase the cost, because the cost effectiveness of Smooth Hill depends on the volume that we can put through it. And if we're going to reduce that volume, then the figures that we currently have on it stacking up don't stack up anymore. Our residents indeed don't like waste, and this looks to me like several $1 million worth of waste that the DCC is going to spend doing something that private enterprise is already doing, and doing much more effectively than we ever will. There's a whole lot of ideology behind doing this. It seems to be something of a make work proposal to me as well. I believe that we would better serve our residents by having the 80% experienced contractors that already deal with most of our waste encouraged to not simply tip it over the edge, but have some inducements, and we've talked about them just before, to make sure that any really valuable timbers and other such things are actually, there's time for those to actually be recycled. And if you want to look at an example of that already happening, and already happening on a scale that we can never do because we don't have the infrastructure for it, just go down to Hall Brothers Demolition, where you can buy any number of quite valuable items. You try and build those things, you pay thousands for them. You can get them for 10 or $100 sometimes. So it's already happening. We don't need to get into an area that A, we don't have the experience in, and B, we don't have the money to invest that these private companies have already invested over at least 20 years. For all these reasons, I won't be voting for this.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder to my colleagues that we are in the middle of a climate crisis, and this council declared a climate emergency, and this council has adopted a zero carbon 2030 policy. So that's the platform and basis from which I'm going to lead my discussion. Just briefly, thank you to the team. Excellent work. Great to see this. Been really looking forward to seeing this paper coming to council because it fits with our zero carbon goals in decreasing city emissions. But more than that, and as well as that, is that the community are ready for this. And the sector's ready for this, and that's what I heard. That's why I asked that question. The construction and building sector is ready for this. We just have to make sure, and that's our job, leadership and facilitation, to make sure the elements of this are in place so the building and construction sector can do this work easily. I was shocked 4 years ago when I did a renovation at the contents of the skip that was on our property, and we would spend every night going through it and taking stuff out, popping it up on the local Buy Nothing site, and somebody would reuse it. And we did that with heaps of the stuff. And our builders didn't have time. That, you know, time is money, and they didn't have time. They didn't have the the ability they might have wanted to. So we did that for them. The will is there. The community is ready for this, as I said, and the sector is. So thank you for the work. We can't do this fast enough.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, I did clarify in questions that we weren't going to deliberately overrun already existing private activities. And in fact, that this is, as it says in here, collaborate with the private sector. So I'm not really sure why there would have been an issue when collaborate with the private sector is actually in the actual resolution, that there would be an assumption that we wouldn't. And it would, it makes perfect sense. And I want to put out, actually, Cook Brothers are even in the report. There are a number of construction companies who are already actively cooperating with the council and want this to work. But there are some things that are not available in Dunedin, and if no one's going to make them, then we will probably be, that will be what ends up at the Green Island site as that activity. But I'm confident that staff will pay attention to being efficient and making sure that if an activity is already being offered by a private provider, and it is in an appropriate cost range and achieves the environmental outcomes that we're looking for, that we won't roughshod right over them. We'll in fact incorporate them into the process, as it says, collaborate with community and the private sector for strategic improvement in the reduction of construction and demolition waste. And remember, it is putting it in a landfill is not the reduction of waste. So in other words, you can't take into account someone who's receiving it, putting it into landfill. We are talking about diversion activities. So I think we've given enough direction to the staff, and obviously we're coming back in December with the report on the potential priority projects. But I do account for Councillor Barker and Councillor Lucas's statement about whether there's a business plan sitting at the back over here as well. So I think this is just an attempt to keep moving forward. It's moving in the right place. The 3 community groups, I think that's interesting to see how that moves out. But I do hope we are taking this as a broad direction from the council, and we're not taking this too specific as to what we're expecting. I'm looking forward to see what comes back in December.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked questions about the feasibility study, which I didn't support back then. However, I do feel it was a really important baseline for going forward and making this decision. So I'm pleased to see that they're going in tandem and that there is a report coming back in December, because I just am nervous about operational costs. We do have the waste levy, and currently it's about 1.1 million, and it goes into education and enviro schools. I think 20% goes into infrastructure. But the government have, that's why I asked the question about, cut the amount that we are going to get. Obviously it balances out because it's going up in one way or another, but we have to be very, very careful about that the government could just cut it again, and that we're not stuck with big operational costs. I also was really concerned about us crossing over with what private operators are doing, but I feel confident with the discussion that we had that is being looked into. When we look at the problems, the key problems are lack of coherent sector-wide approach. That is what I hear from people on the ground as well. We do need to work together on that. The insufficient local reprocessing infrastructure, and as someone that sits on the grant subcommittee, we can see that. We can see people coming up with ideas, and then how we try to fund those. But we are a tiny funder, and some of these are huge issues. So working together is going to help that. And then the multiple barriers to change, which if we've opened anything today, we know about over-packaging of materials and components and what to do there. And then the regulatory mechanisms favouring new materials. So there are a number of issues, and I do feel that this is a way, or think that this is a way forward. I'm just concerned about, as I said, the costs. But if we have the feasibility study, it comes back to council and we can look at it very clearly, then I think we will be working in a positive way forward. And we heard from the communities during the long-term plan process that they do want to work with us on waste minimisation, because it is one of the key things that people worry about in our city.
Thank you. So, coming back to this, the staff are just simply looking for a direction of travel. They've given the parameters here and settled on a collaborative approach with community and private sector. And as so that, to me, that certainly seems the best way, and that certainly seems to be the feeling in the room. Councillor Vandevers thinks that private companies deal with waste better, and they certainly do at the easy end. But it's the easy end where it's simple to deal with, and sometimes they can make money out of it, and there's clear benefits for them. However, council will always have to deal with the hard heart of horrible waste. There is horrible stuff that is recyclable. We're always going to have to deal with the difficult issues in order to make it happen. We would like to have better recycling facilities here in Dunedin. I think that's a general feeling right across the population, and the population would like to divert as much waste from landfill as possible. So it's behoving on us to set up some mechanisms to that end, and this proposal is not to go and spend all of the money that is mentioned. The proposal is to figure out the best ways, and after having some discussion with the private sector and anyone in the community that's interested in doing stuff. So what this does is empower them to go out and put some time and effort into discussing with them and making the best collaborative approach that we can find. So I very much support the initiative, and we can back that up because we've got some funding there if required, and it remains to be seen which funding initiatives we go with. In the meantime, before we make those decisions, we'll have a report to discuss and decide on, and so we'll have a good basis for making that decision in the future. So I'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis,
No.
Councillor Walker,
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall,
Aye.
Councillor Wiley,
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. And now I suggest we do one more before lunch. We didn't take too long to get through that, and we still have a pretty big program for the day. So let's move to item 8, strategic investment in community resource recovery, which is similar, and the option of choice is also the collaborative approach, so we may not have so many questions. I welcome Mr. Henderson back to the chair and Ms. Trotter. So, any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'll just repeat the. If you remember the small intro I gave to the previous paper about fixed-term employee, introducing Tess Trotter. Some of you already do know her, but Tess is the fixed-term officer who's been working on the community side of the equation for this. First time presenting a report to council. So, thank you.
Very good. We welcome any questions. Who has any questions? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā kōrua, Ms. Trotter, rāua ko Mr. Henderson. My question, and it's a random one, as I am usually random, but page 65 or 63, sorry, I can't read my own writing, but it's about the option 1 disadvantages, and it talks about additional staffing resource, and I don't want to really hassle you about nitty gritty, but any thoughts about what additional staffing resource would make this make this go?
I'm not sure. I can't find the page. I'm sorry, Councillor. However, it
63.
Primarily mentions that due to the fixed term nature of this role and the current work for the wider team, but also is mentioned there because the emphasis on partnerships and relationship building, and so a need to have some consistency from the council side in order to be successful collaborators.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to understand my own writing. Kia ora koutou. I was thinking about community delivery of recycling, and then I put, what about the example of Cargill Enterprises? So would they be possible to be one of the community groups delivering some of the on-the-ground work?
Thank you, Councillor. Just absolutely, in fact, they are our electronics recycler at the moment for a lot of stuff that goes through Green Island Rummage Store for recycling does go through Cargill. So yeah, they're already in the mix, they're already a partner at this point.
And they would have the opportunity, I see that, what is it, that there would be an agile procurement process. I guess my concern is around community groups with the risks around volunteers and burnout, etc., versus current groups. And probably that's a little bit down the line, but I just wanted to tease that out. You know, would it be managed by service level agreements, or how would that work?
Yeah, so obviously the ideal model is, I guess you could say it's the one they're using in Auckland, where they basically do have service level agreements with community groups that run I guess suburbally, like resource recovery centres located in suburban areas that service a large area. Obviously we don't have that scale here in Dunedin, but it does need to be very carefully managed. The successful one we have at the moment, One Coast up in Waikawa 8 years, has worked incredibly well, but it has taken quite some years for them to actually get good traction and really get themselves going. So it is a long, slow process because, as you alluded to, normally there is one or two incredibly enthusiastic people that are trying to drive things, but without some backup and without support, they fall over fairly quickly. So it is also about supporting them from council end as well. Did you want to add anything to that?
I suppose I would just add that this project specifically is looking at community-based resource recovery centres, so places that accept a varying width of waste streams, whereas the new WMMP under the new grants process would probably be a more appropriate place for supporting or funding organisations like cargo enterprises that don't necessarily do a wide range of waste streams. So this project's really looking more at the community end. So for example, a centre may collect e-waste and partner and collaborate with Cargills, as may other centres. So the idea here is to gain some efficiencies in terms of appropriate streams for that waste from those community centres. However, it's not necessarily the only solution for all waste minimisation type organisations like cargo enterprises. However, they would be part of the wider network that we would be looking to support in terms of ongoing collaboration, an online platform and networking.
Thank you. I know that organisations like cargo enterprises struggle sometimes, so that's why I am concerned about where they fit in. I just want to go to the funding as well, and it talks about the operational costs for resource recovery network can be funded from the waste levy income, and a lot of the waste levy income goes to grants to support things like One Coast, and I think our maximum used to be 5,000 that we used to award, and we try to find ways to give them more because they do more. But when it talks about the there may be there's a couple of things, there's a few things in there. So I guess that key thing is the operational costs for resource recovery. Would that be funded through grants, which is a challenging process because it is competitive, or would there be a pot of money in for service level agreements for those community groups?
Thank you, Councillor. So at this point in time, no, there isn't any funding available, but as part of the WMMP adoption, there was that recommendation to carry out a review of the waste minimisation grants. So that planning for that is underway at the moment, and that would be coming back to councillors workshopping, etc., with exactly that kind of idea that you're talking about there would be in the mix, whether we actually do put a pot of money aside, which is ongoing annual support for groups, etc. That would be in the mix, but obviously it'd be up to councillors to accept any final recommendations on what that grants framework looks like.
Okay, yeah, because I was just looking at the next steps in the alignment, because it said if we supported option 1, there'd be an agile procurement process, but we need to understand how we're going to deliver any funding or support. So you're telling me that is going to happen in the reporting, so we have a full understanding of it?
Yeah, obviously with the ongoing grants funding that you mentioned before, that's one mechanism. If we're actually going through a procurement process, then that doesn't really, not a grant as such, that could actually be funded operationally with waste levy.
And my next question is just this, it talks about them, we're on page 63, and it talks about there may be a need to budget a small amount of rate funding, but some people's perception of small might be challenging, so is that going to come back to us in papers for a next annual plan? And that's also the additional ongoing staff resource.
So with regard to the potential rate funding, that touches on the fact that whenever we're doing diversion, there's often something left at the end and there is a cost to disposal. So that's something that can't be covered under the waste levy. What we would be looking to do through that procurement process is estimate and include into partnership agreements what that would look like. So it would be included in the more detailed business case in December once we've actually had those conversations with the potential partners. But when I say small, I would hope that it is quite small, given that the intent is to minimise the waste. But just acknowledging that that is a cost that comes to community groups at the end of the diversion process.
And was there something recently in the ODT about how much it was costing us? And it was in the tens of thousands, was it?
Apologies. Yes, there was. That was in relation to charity stores being utilised as places for items that may not be well reused, and the cost that is incurred, and the fact that those costs are increasing for those organisations due to the lack of other diversion opportunities or the cost to dispose.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, tēnā kōrua. I'm glad you pointed out or raised the point of relationships and how important that is in terms of community collaboration. And you heard me say in the last item, I talked about the community being ready for this. What I'm really interested to hear you comment on is the sentiment, the general sentiment in the community around this work.
I would say that at the beginning of this process, we had a lot of enthusiasm, but a little bit of wariness as well, given that there's a number of people that have been working in this space for a long time, who no doubt you've seen here before, who are feeling mildly frustrated about the time that it's taken. I would say at this point in time, following the publication of the new WMP earlier this year, there is real enthusiasm, but there is still a slight amount of scepticism of when is it actually going to happen. So there's a lot of people very ready. There's a lot of community organisations that are putting their mind towards additional waste minimisation, and even seeing that as a potential future revenue stream, knowing that there is a sort of curve that occurs in set up, but a confidence that the council is now ready to help support the setup of that type of thing.
Councillor Walker.
Aston answer, thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Welcome to the table, Tess. My question is around what criteria will be used to prioritise which communities may receive new or upgraded facilities first.
Thank you, Councillor. Excellent question. And it's a very hard one to answer in the simple fact that it's going to be obviously the simplest place to set up a community resource recovery would be where we've got an existing transfer station. We've only got 3, that's Green Island, Middlemarch and Waikoiti, and Waikoiti has already got a community group operating on that site. But the simple fact will probably come down to, and I'm sure Tess will add some detail, but it's where we can actually get that critical mass of community involvement to actually make sure it's going to work.
Yeah, I would say the specific of the criteria needs to be worked through with a project group that involves people outside of the waste team, so community partnerships, our procurement team, and taking on board the feedback we've had. I'd say that some of the objectives of the new WMMP, and particularly looking further up the waste hierarchy, has been pointed out today. The bulk is often quite easy to manage. It's the minutiae that becomes more expensive and more difficult to manage. We would also be looking at accessibility for residents, and that I mean that in terms of transportation, in terms of types of goods, and other elements. Location, so looking at what the demographics and the number of people in a residence is. But another really key ingredient when you're doing this type of work, partnering with community, is actually the appetite and capacity that's sitting there. So although we might see Middlemarch as being a good location in terms of its proximity to a transfer station, it may not be where there's community energy or an organisation that's keen to pick up from here. And I think that's why, I presume that's why, in the initial zero carbon plan actions, there was a further piece of work. Once we've been able to support and partner with 3, then we start looking at where the gaps might be so that we've got a really complete network across the city. But I think it would be welcomed, any suggestions that councillors might have as well in terms of what those priorities might be, but we'd be leaning quite heavily on the work that we've done in the WMMP.
Fantastic. Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr Trotter. What a great report. So I was thinking, thank you for mentioning accessibility too, because I was wondering how people without transport might get their recycled items to different places. We've got a couple of Facebook pages where material get diverted, and a great one that just gives information about recycling items, batteries and whatnot. Lisa de Klerk. You also went on the radio, is that right? Or FM with a radio show?
Yeah, so as part of the work that's already happening, we've been producing a podcast. It's just coming up on the final episode at the end of this month. So that was just one mechanism to inform residents, create conversations and elevate the work of the waste minimisation organisations in the city. I think it's probably important to recognise that what we're talking about here is community resource recovery centres, but we also have a wide network of organisations that minimise waste either as their primary thing or as a secondary thing. So, for example, the Curtin Bank, they're minimising waste, but they're also doing social good. So there's some sort of interest area waste minimisation, and then what we're looking at here is how can we build all of those, weave them together in communities so that there is a place to drop things off and a place to access goods as well. And the purpose of the show is just to shine a light on some of that and help inform people. Yeah.
So connecting the networks and educating. So there's a She Hunts Op Shops, something at the library coming up. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. She Hunts Op Shops is the username for Anna Eastwood, who's a sustainability expert, I would say. We recently interviewed her on the Rethinking podcast as well. And she's now going to be doing a workshop around reuse of children's clothes, but may look at some other topic areas in the future as well.
Can you tell us when and where that is?
I couldn't possibly, it's already sold out, I'm sorry. Yeah, but you can have a look on the Dunedin Public Library's page, they've got it there, or there's also a Slow Fashion September page on the DCC website promoting all of the events that have been brought together to talk about textile waste over Slow Fashion September.
I was going to mention textile waste, but you've just covered that off, so fantastic. My question is, though, your role is part-time, short-term, or are you coming to the end of your tenure? And then what happens with this mahi going forward, Tess? Who's going to drive this into the future?
At the moment, Tessa's role does come to an end in October. I'm discussing with the GM at the moment what the options are around that. I think I mentioned the previous report. The previous time the position was a fixed term 2-year FTE to drive this work through, but for very good reason Tess had to drop down to 0.5. So I'm hoping that I can extend her time here at Council because of that reduction in working hours to drive this work through.
It just seems to me that we need to keep the momentum up and have somebody in that role that's going to keep being that interface with the community networks.
But I think, Councillor, that it's awkward with Ms Trotter here to be having discussions about individual staff members' roles, so I think that these discussions probably should be held in a different forum.
Yes, and difficult and appropriate to ask the person themselves. Councillor O'Malley.
Oh, that's got rid of half my questions. No, you've mentioned that it's easier to set up a community resource recovery centre if there's already a recovery park there, like there is in Waikawai Middlemarch. Is there any thought of procurement of property? Because otherwise you are going to be very restricted. There's going to be whole communities we won't be able to serve if we don't have DCC property in that area.
Procurement of property, maybe not so much, but definitely long-term, looking for a long-term lease agreement in certain areas, so that I'm just thinking, if the location doesn't prove to be good, that we can actually have some way of getting out of it and finding a better location. But yeah, there is definitely looking at locations where there might be something that could be used. Working with the property department on where we do have bits and pieces of oddball property around the place, or even just land, etc., to try and identify some spots that currently have no beneficial use.
Which is efficient use of money, but have we gone in the other direction too, especially for the urban ones, to say actually they need to be sort of geographically here based on what we've got, and then we're going to have to start searching? Will we then, I mean, so will this be chicken and the egg situation in terms of where we site it, especially the urban one?
Yeah, it will be chicken and the egg, unfortunately, councillor. Obviously we don't have, the waste levy doesn't stretch far enough to buy a centrally located industrial premises or something like that, but it could stretch to leasing something like that. Yeah. Yes.
I think the other further complication, we're wanting very much to focus on collaboration and efficiencies, and that's why we've got these two reports in parallel and looking at how we can make that central site be one that covers construction and demolition as well as a general resource recovery hub. But that may be something that falls out during the process where we actually find that the two we don't find one location that fits all of that, and we might have to look at how we manage that.
And potentially pop-ups, and the reason I'm saying that is I'm thinking of the tertiary sector where you have an unusual environment there where you have high turnover of occupancy of buildings, and you can have a period like beds and couches and furniture. Well, we used to get rid of couches a different way, but is there a place to something that would be able to receive that stuff at the end of the academic year and then be available for resale again at the start of the academic year?
I think so. I can't actually remember the name of it, but the university actually do. Sorry. Tauraka, thank you. The university do actually do that. They use one of the empty buildings and they actually store a lot of stuff at the end of the academic year, and then let the students at the start of the next year come in and have a look through that stuff as well. So it would be working in collaboration with them, but they are actually already doing exactly that kind of thing.
Have we assessed how effective it is? 20,000 students, how many beds out there?
The short answer is no. But I think in continuing to support this network and get some education, and I think the existence of additional community resource recovery centres, part of the thinking would be that we could shift desirable items to different locations. So, you know, maybe that Waikawaiti has an excess of beds, can come into the central hub, and perhaps it's encouraging students there, or finding some sort of way that we can easily transport items around. So a big element of this, although it's not necessarily seen, is that networking arm, so that we have really good real-time information. We're sharing the way, sharing what types of goods are being collected and where they're most desirable, so that if it can't happen locally in your community, how can it happen locally within our city?
Great. I think we've covered all questions. So, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that being the case, I'll move that Council adopts option 1, a collaborative approach to community resource recovery, and notes that the timeline, costings and collaboration options will be presented back to Council before Christmas. So, do I have a seconder for that? Councillor O'Malley. And speaking of this, I think it's really simple and straightforward that Council does seem to have a preference for collaboration with the community, and rightly so. And we have a range of advantages of doing that, and not the least of which is that it could be require less investment from Council, but it could also produce better outcomes for everyone. And I think it's quite helpful that this initiative will encourage the community to take ownership of their waste streams. And so the more appreciation and realisation of that we can have in the community, and the more likely people are to divert waste from landfill and dispose of things that they don't want in the most appropriate manner. Very often, that manner may be to repurpose it for some other use, and there will be someone else in the community that will be keen to take it off their hands and do something useful with it. So, who else has a comment on this? Councillor O'Malley.
I'm actually quite excited to see this come along to this point. There's been a lot of call from the community over the years to develop these sites, and I think one of the lessons you learn in local government is that it's a 3-year cycle of funding for the 10-year plan. And I would say to those community groups, and Ms. Trotter, when you're talking to them, is if they want that activity, they have to get it into the next 10-year plan, because without the budget, there is no activity. And I think that's one of the reasons that councils appear to act slowly. This has sort of gone from one step 3 years later to the next step, 3 years later to the next step. And after 6 and 9 years, we're actually at the point of starting to actually look seriously at developing these community resource recovery sites. Yeah, it's been 9 years because I was with Councillor Newell when we first looked at this. But it's good, we're getting there, and I think this is a good next step.
Jolly good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a brief comment. I wanted to acknowledge One Coast and Wakaiti, and I wanted to acknowledge By Nothing, Otago Peninsula. There are examples of communities in our city already doing this work, and I want to acknowledge Ms Trotter's work in that relationship building, because that's key to this. Again, we need to facilitate, enable and lead, and thank you for the work that you're doing in that space.
Thank you. So, I have nothing further to say, so I'll put the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. So I move that we adjourn for lunch until 1:45. Seconded Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Thank you. City District Plan, legal effect of the rules. I welcome everyone. I haven't got the word. Yes, that's good. Very good. So, Mr. Ward, Dr. Johnson, and Ms. Christmas. Hello, everyone. Do we have any opening comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this paper is concerned with when the rules in Plan Change 1 have legal effect. Under the Resource Management Act, normally the rules relating to water in a plan change have immediate legal effect when a plan change is notified, and this plan change does have some rules relating to water. However, the Resource Management Act allows the legal effect to be delayed until decisions on submissions are made, and that's sometimes a more appropriate approach. And that's the same time that all other rules in the plan change have legal effect. So to do that, it's a two-stage process. The first stage is a decision to delay legal effect, and that was done in September 2024. And the second stage is to rescind that decision so that the rules have legal effect when the decisions on submissions are released, the same as all the other rules. So the paper today is really asking you to rescind that first decision so that the rules will have legal effect at the time of decisions. Thank you.
Great. That's straightforward. Are there any questions?
Happy to move.
Any questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I sent a question through to Mr. Ward regarding around residents that haven't really, that are struggling with this process and the engagement of it. Sorry, I don't have the email that I sent, but Mr. Ward is aware. But the key thing being is, are we working in conjunction with the ORC in this space? Are the watercourses being mapped, and how, and are we using relevant technology to ensure that they're being accurately mapped and not putting homeowners or property owners under duress?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wiley, and it may be that Dr. Johnson also has some response comments to make, but I'll start if I may, please. One of the things that we talk about here, and Councillor O'Malley has pointed out a number of times, is that stormwater of the three waters is perhaps the sleeping giant that hasn't quite awoken yet. And to that end, what we find is the bulk of the information we have is historic. It'd be from the former borough councils, for example, and that will have been transposed over time into our current GIS systems. And that's where we find ourselves today in terms of the information we have, and therefore the decisions that are made around based on that information. So going forward, we talked previously about the stormwater risk assessments. That's now a legal requirement in the current and incoming legislation from the government. So that will help enormously in terms of ascertaining what's actually on the ground and where it is. But also we'll take the opportunity to look at all available sources, current and past.
Just in follow-up then, for example, when homeowners receive a letter or communication from the DCC around this, can they, I guess it's hard for the DCC to go and visit every property that has been caught up in this and is relevant to this. Can they engage through photos and other information? And I also appreciate that, you know, obviously the records, you know, have been inherited from the old boroughs and etc.
Sure. So we did receive a number of submissions and also inquiries from the public about the stormwater mapping that raised issues with the accuracy. In some cases, the accuracy issue is that the stormwater open water course had been piped over time, so it was currently underground, or in some cases it was that it wasn't in the exact location shown on the maps. The Three Waters team did go out and do some site assessments to try to understand the nature of the issues with the mapping, and so we had a general sense of the scope of the issues that was occurring and the types of inaccuracies that we had. And after that sort of ground truthing and speaking to a number of the landowners, we determined that it would be better to recommend that the plan change not go forward to allow for improved mapping. If it had been just one or two properties, I think it could have been fixed through the hearings process as we normally fix any sort of minor errors that come up through a plan change. But just the scale of the number of issues, it felt a more cautious approach just to allow for the full and comprehensive mapping to be done and then pursue it through a future plan change.
And if I may, in terms of that suggestion, thank you for the suggestion, Councillor Wiley. We'll take that on board in terms of how do we get information from the field. We'll still have to determine the veracity of that information, of course, but we'll look at swift ways in which to ascertain the actual location at a point in time.
Very good. Are there any further questions? It appears not. So there you go. That was brief. Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope wishes to move, and seconded by Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I think the questions in the paper are self-explanatory.
Yes. Any further speakers? I see not. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 10, submission on going for housing growth. Mr Ward and Dr Johnson perhaps will return to the desk.
No, for Christ.
Because there may be some questions.
That's more like a slogan for biscuits, doesn't it?
Do we have any questions? Any questions? Councillor Vandervis?
Oh, sorry, Mr Mayor.
Oh,
Dr Johnson. Dr Johnson has a point to make, please.
Yes.
Sorry, just a correction to the recommendations. The item C shouldn't be there, just noting that there is no hearing process related to this feedback. That's my only opening statement. So the recommendations in the report that A and B are correct, but the item C about noting that the mayor delegate will speak, there is no hearings process associated with this consultation.
Right. So we just delete that one. Good. Now, questions? Councillor Vandervis?
On page 296, Pillar 1, freeing up land for urban development, including removing unnecessary planning barriers. I was delighted to see this, but then realised that actually our zoning-based planning is probably the biggest planning barrier that we have for getting more buildable sections. And I was wondering how difficult would it be to go from the current area zoning to an effects-based assessment on whether someone could build something somewhere?
That's not the topic of this paper, Councillor.
Going for housing growth is the topic, that's what it says, and the line right under it is what I'm referring to.
That is not within the options that the government is engaging on, so they have not suggested that they would like to see a removal of a zoning-based approach.
That's unfortunate. How difficult would it be to change the basis so that we could be effects-based in where we build rather than zoned?
Well, I think that's the question for the government. It's that they're doing the work to, I guess, assess options for the new RM system. That isn't one of the options that they've put forward in this paper to get feedback on, and I wouldn't be able to answer that question without doing the analysis work.
So we can't add it in as a suggestion in a submission that we make to them that this here is a pretty obvious thing that they could do.
You could add anything to the submission that you'd like. That's up to you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, please. Yes. I think that's what you're describing there is a tenet of planning in itself in terms of having areas allocated for particular activities, and so that would be against the current principles of planning. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Rightio. We'll move on with questions. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora. I have got the Local Government New Zealand submission in front of me, and I wondered, when you did the submission, was that part of it? They sent out an email, I think, last week saying, here's our submission. So have those been cross-referenced?
Now, our submission, most council submissions precede LGNZ and Taitura's submissions, and in fact, we usually share ours with them, and they build theirs based on the councils that contribute. So we're one of the councils that are involved actively with Taitura, so we would share some of our initial thoughts. So I haven't gone back to cross-reference against that submission.
Is that it for the question? Yes. Councillor Gary.
Ms. Johnson, page 302, I just wondered if in the second paragraph of the submission where you talk about the staff's experience, which is really important, whether to add in there, because we do have RMA commissioners around the table, and so not only the views of council but the experience of some councillors as RMA commissioners might be worth putting in there, because the submission is excellent. It's very technical, and it's very strong in the views, and I really appreciate that. But I just wondered if that might just add a little bit of extra weight. Obviously, the staff experience and understanding is the important thing, but it just might add some weight.
Yeah, it's up to you how you want to modify the submission as a group, and I'm happy to add anything that you would like.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a generic, what I'm getting up from this is there's a general theme coming through this submission, and on page 305 you talk about the cost of production of small-scale rural schemes being typically 4.5 times more expensive than for metropolitan systems, and that's from our own data set.
I believe so. I'd need to double check that. But yeah. But I think it's intuitively correct also in terms of the scale. Often the cost, principal cost is in establishment, site establishment and setup. Once you've done that, then it's more efficient and more productive to enlarge the infrastructure work at a location.
Explain that again, sorry, I just didn't.
Without referring back to the documents, as a principle, the establishment cost is quite significant.
Like plant and other such things, and then, in other words, our district plan still has urban rural boundaries and other such things on it, so that we tend to, if there's going to be greenfield development at all, it's right on the edge of existing activities. Is that what you're talking about? So you have plant and other such things, which, if it was theoretical, would be at the centre of a circle, and it's cheaper to go out there than it is to jump. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I'll just clarify. Because I processed the input from Three Waters into it. One of their main concerns is with greenfield growth in particular, the developer usually pays for the infrastructure to go in, but often their preference is for that infrastructure to be designed just to service their area, and they may make choices that are sort of a cheaper capital cost but lead to a more costly long-term operational and maintenance costs. And particularly when you have a lot of small bespoke systems, there's the required a requirement for council who ends up owning those assets to go out and maintain them, to monitor them and whatnot. And so the more of these little systems there is, the greater cost it is to have staff available to go out, monitor, repair, maintain the smaller systems. Whereas when council, I suppose, designs the network infrastructure, they design it to be cheap to operate. You know, they don't just consider the capital cost of putting it into the ground.
And so that's not the pipes so much as it's the plant that the pipes are attached to?
Yes, well, it's all of the above, essentially. Typically, we would design our systems in a dendritic way, a tree-like way, so you would size the elements accordingly based on the growth footprint that you're expecting, and then you would use planning principles to ensure that growth that then plays out over time in those areas. Whereas if you're having discrete developments, as Dr. Johnson says, the developer will make choices around the cost effectiveness of the introduction of those infrastructure elements, which may not be based on the same principles. And therefore, concatenation of areas and expansion of areas may not be achievable because the infrastructure won't be sustainable.
So just in brief terms then, the putting in of the greenfield development in these discrete areas may in fact be cost effective or even low cost compared to in an intense area, but the long-term cost of doing that is in fact higher.
It really depends on the area. There's certainly greenfield areas that are cost efficient to service. And we have allowed greenfield areas through plan changes, but there are certain areas that are more expensive, particularly if they require things like on-site wastewater storage for long periods of time. So that's another piece of infrastructure that we have to look over over time until we can have the capacity available in the network to remove it. Also, sometimes higher elevation sites require water pumping. They could require new water storage to get the water pressure that you need. So it really varies across sites. So the theme of this submission is it's important to consider the cost of infrastructure when you plan for growth, because it's not just the capital outlay, which you can charge developers for or you can ask them to pay for. It is the ongoing operating costs of the infrastructure, so it's important for that to be a relevant consideration.
You make the point, I think, that some cities are high growth, and I know that from a transport perspective and public transport, you could look back to the 1990s and see that public transport was changed to sort out Auckland's problems, and then was then rolled out across the whole of the country. Are we, to some extent, looking at some of this reform the same way, where certain centres have been clamouring or asking for a loosening, let's say, of the district plan for more greenfield development, and now we're getting a national directive to follow that across the whole of the country?
Well, I think we're saying that the issue of land supply shortage is quite variable across New Zealand. It's not a significant issue for every city, every metropolitan area. It's certainly a significant issue for some areas. There's no doubt about that. But the submission also highlights that if you want to expand cities, you need to consider the funding that needs to go with that, including for public transportation expansion. So we have our greenfield areas that have been added into the city since the 1990s. Most of them do not have public transportation services, and you can't justify the funding to expand the network into those areas. So if the government wants to have more urban expansion, that might be fine if it's in the right areas and it can be efficiently serviced, but they also need to increase their money to ensure that those areas can be serviced through public transport, and that there's money available for councils to contribute to the costs of growth that we do have to carry.
Great. Councillor Vandevers.
You've made the point very well that you've got to look at the ongoing cost of infrastructure, except that we now have new technology which allows very effective off-grid electricity where you don't need to be connected. We have much better technology now for roof water, UV sterilisation of that, and consentable tiny sewage treatment systems as well. So actually none of that kind of infrastructure that you're talking about is required for a lot of potential sites around Dunedin, except perhaps the road that's going there, and it's often a road that's already there anyway. So given that we've got all this new technology that allows all this off-grid development, why would we not submit to government that we make exceptions essentially for off-grid development where the effects of this development are less than minor?
Well, I think that's not reflective of current DCC policy, and it's certainly not a policy direction that the ORC would support, so we would be out of step with the policy direction in the RPS around that. So that would require a shift in policy and a potential argument with the ORC, because their RPS direction is clear that that isn't something that they support.
Given that the government's quite keen on getting rid of the regional councils anyway, and that this is our submission to them, would it not be appropriate for it to at least consider how the change in technology now allows a whole lot of building with minimal impact on the cost of infrastructure?
I think we're probably straying outside the scope of the submission to the government. I mean, Council can revisit its own policies at any times, but this is just about our submission on the government's going for housing growth, which is primarily focused on networked urban environments, not rural residential or low density environments. I think the government's really concentrated on the networked urban environment in this consultation.
If I may, through the chair also, please, we are encouraging a dialogue with government on many topics, so which of course could be the broadening of the scope, but as Dr. Johnson says, we're here today with the submission as we've pre-circulated and sticking with the scope of that submission.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Further to my question earlier on the final page, 322, in your conclusion, am I right in concluding that the direction of travel of the submission is around a lot of what the government is proposing is ill-advised, and that it's not been thought out carefully, and what you talk about there is testing the detail is crucial? So is that the fundamental problem with the government's documentation?
I don't know if I'd characterize it quite so negatively. I think we are trying to support the overall outcomes the government's trying to achieve, but asking them to look at it from some different perspectives than perhaps they have, and to consider some other factors that they perhaps haven't considered as much in the policy work they've done to date. I think there's broad consensus that changes are needed to the RMA, that planning is expensive and time-consuming. What we're trying to encourage and support them in is to create a reform that would better achieve their outcomes, and perhaps some other outcomes that are important to Dunedin and our local community.
So you're much more generous than I, but those details are important, aren't they, in getting this right? Because otherwise we could end up with unintended consequences.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do we have any further questions? Councillor O'Malley?
It's on spatial planning, and I noticed in workshops, and you sort of allude to it here, is the government planning on a regional district planning vehicle, but each territorial authority can do subsections or specific bespoke components for them? Is that where they're going with that, or have I got that completely wrong?
My reading is that is an option, that you can have sub-regional as well as interregional planning according to the information that's available today. So certainly that is an option for how you do spatial planning.
This raises the question, by the time you've done a sub-regional spatial plan, how's that different, Ren, from your own spatial plan at that point? I mean, that's rhetorical, you don't need to answer that one. I'm done, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think we've covered all the questions. Well done. Thank you very much. Okay, so someone want to move this change? Councillor O'Malley, seconded. Councillor Benson-Pope, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I've said in this chamber before, I think the RM reform is going to be the three waters of the next triennium. It's going to change dramatically each territorial authority's ability to control its own planning. The point is made here, I think, a couple of places, that we're moving towards a more centralised and maybe even externalised decision-making processes around how district plans are made. And I'm most concerned that the noises that are coming out of what you might call they call it the Golden Triangle, where there is a perceived shortage of land for cheap housing, while Auckland now goes down past Drury in its expansion, that is now going to be, that vision of what a good city looks like, which is certainly not a vision that I hold, is now going to be imposed upon everybody. And that's my biggest concern with this reform, is that we're going to lose a huge amount of control. And while people, and often it is developers who are looking to increase their margin, will complain about Dunedin's district plan as being anti-growth, I think, and I'm very confident that we will see that when the water bills are put out and individually checked across the whole of the South Island, only Invercargill will be cheaper than us, and I don't know how they got their number, but bottom line is we are able to deliver infrastructure at a lower cost to the household because of the shape of our district plan. And the RMA is not there, in my opinion, to destroy development. It is there to establish good planning outcomes and work hand in hand with development for long-term outcomes for the city. And I'm also really concerned, and I know this is supported across the aisle because Labor was going to bring it in as well, that we're going to weaken amenity in the district plan. And I think that if you can just put up whatever you want and whack it up and it doesn't matter how it looks, that's not a forward step in planning. I think this is a good submission. It's quite directive, but I think that's where we need to be.
Okay. Councillor Vincent Pope.
Thank you. I'd like to support that. I'll speak only briefly, but the fact is we have thanks to very extensive work by an expert planning team, we have a visionary district plan which has been publicly consulted at great length and appealed and argued and negotiated at great length. And long story short, our plan protects valuable soils in areas where they exist, and it also makes rational decisions about the location of urban intensification, which is not without its own issues, but on transport routes and so on, and also the protection of the resistance through logical decision to wanton random development in areas that are not cost effective to service, which of course would be to the financial disadvantage of the whole community. So as Dr. Johnson has already said, and as Councillor O'Malley reinforced, the submission aligns with the policy of this council, which is entirely logical, entirely sensible, and directed to maintain a compact urban form and resist wasteful, extremely wasteful urban sprawl of the sort that's just been referred to in other centres elsewhere. Please, let's not go there.
Any further speakers? Any more to say?
No, I think that's been said.
Very good. I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Division, please.
Division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. Item 11. His plan. We have Mr. Heath Ellis and Mr. Peter Christos. Do we have any prefacing comments, gentlemen?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Happy to take questions.
Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, and my apologies, my iPad has been worked on, so I've got notes on that, so I'm just going from memory here at the moment. In the sports facilities plan, there's very little reference to either the Caledonian Athletics track or Forsyth Bar Stadium as key sporting facilities in our city. So I'm just wondering where they fit in.
We focused on multi-use, larger multi-use sporting facilities. We didn't discuss the. Sorry, were you referring to the Edgar Centre?
No, I was referring to the Forsyth Bar Stadium. Yeah, which I would consider as a large multi-use. Yeah.
Microphone, sorry.
Sorry.
You have to press your microphone every time you want to speak.
Apologies.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, the focus was on large multi-use facilities that had a community base to them.
So that's why neither of those venues are included. I would have thought it was a passing reference to the Caledonian track, which is multi-use, is definitely multi-use, and also a passing reference to the stadium I would have thought in a Dunedin City sports facility plan it should be referenced. That was my thinking. I was just surprised at their absence from the document. Now my other question, in the covering report you talk specifically about DGA. Now DGA came and had a submission on the 9-year plan, and it's not specifically mentioned in the actual sports facility plan, because I understand they've found a facility, and we haven't supported it at this point. So I'm just wondering where that kind of sits within the document, because I mean it is a large. I mean there is a large users who use that club.
Yeah, we speak about the Dunedin Gymnastics Association in the plan. As you say, they I don't think it's a secret at all that they are looking at securing a building on within the central city area. Yeah.
And my last question is in relation to the implementation plan on 371, the Appendix A. So how does that get, I don't know whether it's reported back on or just make sure that it actually happens, because I mean, especially the 26, 27, the short-term implementation plan. So I'm just wondering about how we're going to ensure that we're tracking progress on the plan.
Yeah, I think we would have to do some work on an actual plan for the implementation that was trackable with timelines.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question. Earlier in the year, we were doing our long-term plan. We were talking about the infrastructure strategy, and I think I brought up asset management plans around our reserve facilities, etc., etc. So would the sports facility plan, would it be incorporated into an asset management plan? Is that kind of one of the end goals, or does it kind of sit by itself? Like, how is it incorporated to the long-term council planning?
I think the plan is more concerned with ensuring that we keep track with our demographic changes, our social changes, and our needs as trends change. It's more so than being focused on asset management.
Which leads me, I guess, on to my next question, which is around on page 330 when it's talking about the summary of considerations and the financial considerations. It talks about alignment with New Zealand best practice of in provision of facilities, and then it said this would require unbudgeted capital investment over the short, medium and long term. So I just wanted to tease that out, because obviously we've just done a long-term plan. So would this work possibly raised the spectre of other work that needed to be done through the annual plan process?
We envisaged that we'd be working closely with the likes of Sport Otago and Sports New Zealand. There would be obviously staff resources required to do that, but we didn't see it as a large resource requirement outside of that.
But any additional capital expenditure that would be required would come back through the relevant planning process.
Okay. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I forwarded these questions through to Heath earlier, so Miss Ellis earlier, so it won't be a surprise. The question I have is what investment has been made into Huna Park in the last 5 years?
Thank you, Councillor. So over the last 5 years, there's been $4,089,000 invested at Te Huna.
And was this investment from a third party? I understand FIFA Women's World Cup money was used. If so, how much?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we had contributions from MB, New Zealand Football and FIFA totalling $973,000 towards those.
Perfect. Were the changing rooms upgraded as male, female or unisex? Because I understood it was focused around the Women's World Cup when those facilities were upgraded.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. They're upgraded for unisex use.
What other sports use Te Huna Park?
This year, Councillor, we've had football, both men and women's, rugby, both men and women's, and rugby league has got an Otago Whalers game scheduled later this winter season.
When we have a surface for football and rugby, my understanding the wear and tear on that surface is, because both sports are quite different, can have quite an impact on it. Where football, like football specific surfaces, and then you get rugby, which really digs into the ground a lot more. So my question is there any thought about making Te Huna Park, hence the investment that was put into it was purely from football money, a football specific ground?
Thank you, Councillor. I assume the same as you around the multi-sports being detrimental, but after speaking to our field officer, it actually gives certain areas of the field a break, because the different games tend to be focused on different areas. So like penalty spots for football often get a hammering, particularly in practice and things like that, but through multi-use games it actually spreads the load a bit better, was his response to that. And having it as multi-use kind of gives us quite a lot of flexibility. Like this year we've got a couple of the Otago women's rugby games on that couldn't be accommodated in the stadium. And this past weekend we had the Colts final for rugby played there, which filled the grandstand, which was pretty cool to see. That couldn't be played at University Oval as we needed to start preparations for the international cricket game later this year. So being able to move them to Te Huna has been quite beneficial. So having it as multi-use does have its benefits as well.
And then if we're looking at football, is there an ability then, like for example the Caledonian, we've got a premier women's football team in the city, and knowing the coaches as I do, they are very concerned about player safety on those fields where they've been multi-use across the surface. And so the other question I would have for you is, I understand what your turf person has said. Has football concurred with that assessment of what's happening at the playing surface?
Sorry, Councillor, I haven't had a chance to check with football since the question came in, but I'm happy to go to them and ask that question.
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis, I was really interested to read in this document on page 352, 351 and 2 around the trends in sport, and particularly for women. And I noticed one of the more general trends is away from the organised games, and rugby not featuring perhaps as much as it might have once, although we still seem to focus on that quite a lot. and a movement towards such things as futsal and pickleball, which I even know what pickleball is, and it's very popular, very popular. And then I look at the trends, and I'm getting to my question, around women's sport, and I notice a number of things in there, and particularly in the 14 to 17-year-old age group. So what are we doing to, and of course we had the FIFA Women's World Cup, which was amazing in terms of women's sport, but what are we doing in terms of looking at venues to ensure that we do our bit to lead, enable, facilitate in terms of women's sport?
Thank you, Councillor. I think, FIFA was a really good example where those change rooms were upgraded to be unisex, and probably some of the older facilities probably don't have accommodation for the women's game. So as we go through and do any renewals in there, we definitely use that as a consideration, and we work even more closely these days with Sport Otago and stuff around initiatives as well. That I know it's a big area of focus for them.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Malley.
The Edgar Centre, Moana Pool and even the ice stadium are all having quite a lot of work done on them, and generally getting about the same lifespan extension of about 25 to 30 years. Do you have a 30 or 50 year infrastructure policy for those fixed buildings largely? And does it look like they're all going to come to end of life around about the same time, which could affect the design of what you would do to replace them?
Thank you, Councillor. We don't currently have a 30 to 50 year plan, and the numbers in there is it's an estimate based on their current condition and lifespan. There hasn't been technical work done to assess that they all will be coming to end of life there. It's anticipated they will. But what is in the implementation plan is to include in the next long-term plan a feasibility study on each of those buildings to come back with options for a way forward.
Well, and I mean, obviously the one I'm thinking of is an ice stadium next to a swimming pool. There's a standard energy efficient structure these days. So as that comes forward, will it also evolve to either a building will be kept in perpetuity because we're basically going to keep doing it up, or it will eventually get to end of life, and then there'll be a need for presumably a replacement? Will that start coming through in the next 10 years? Because 25 to 30 years does roll around faster than you think.
No, definitely, totally agree. And the work going on in these facilities at the moment is to give us that time to make those informed decisions. And none of the work, like Moana in particular, none of the work that's happening up there would prohibit it being extended for longer if that was the outcome. It's all really necessary maintenance work.
Very good. Are there any further questions? I see none. Thank you, gentlemen. And Councillor Wiley has indicated a desire to move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you for this report. It's obviously been quite a while coming to us. In one regards, I feel like as soon as you're finished, you're going to be looking to start again and going through that process. The first thing I want to highlight to all councillors is actually the next steps. And I think that is actually, we may have ended, but we're actually going to be starting again soon. And I think that's extremely important. I take on board Councillor O'Malley's point about future infrastructure. We know, about the roof at the Edgar Centre, and we know also that actually there is a greater demand for covered courts and areas around the city, and I think that's really important to note. I also note, hence my questions about the quality of the sports fields, and unfortunately not all fields are equal, and I think that's the important part. But some fields need to be loved more than others. When we have games of national significance being played on them, and hearing from the women's football coaches about the surface at Tahuna Park and the impact it has on their players, I think we have to look at, do we want and how do we look after elite or high-level football in our city. But we also have to look after the whalers and the other codes. But in another sense, also what I do like about Tahuna Park is I'd like to see that actually utilised as, women-specific area, because the investment has been there and it came from the Women's World Cup. Make it a hub and in a sense for the sport to happen there. And I think that would also be an asset in that sense. $4 million to do it up, make it, let's make sure we get good use out of it and the right use out of it as well. But I think all in all, I think there's some really good information here for councillors. I really enjoyed reading and seeing the growth of sports and seeing how sports are progressing in our city, and the graphs around that and participation rates is actually really important. And then, yes, there is a trend in new sports. 20 years ago, futsal really didn't exist in this city, and it's unbelievably popular, as we know when we drive past the Edgar Centre for many of us, or that have had kids go through that. Pickleball is actually on the same wave, and it's going to be huge. So anything that we can do to invest in sports has always got my tick, because it gets especially the youth and young people off devices and out in activity. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. As Councillor Wiley said, this has been a long time coming, and it's good to actually have this plan in place, and particularly Appendix 1 with that implementation plan or the next steps. And I referenced the point about working with Sport Otago, the Dunedin schools and Dunedin sports organisations, and being a mother of 3 very sporting children, having toured all of Dunedin facilities by the rugby fields, football fields, school gyms, Edgar Centre, ice skating rink, all of the facilities, the Caledonian athletics track, the gymnastics facilities. It's definitely an eye-opener to the varying standards of those facilities, which is Councillor Wiley's point, is that the need to do the audit and look at the state of the sports facilities, whether they be the state of the grounds or the changing facilities, is a real key, and I look forward to that coming. And that was why my question was about how are we going to monitor this and make sure that that's done, because there are so many people are playing sport. I spent all of Saturday at the Edgar Centre again, and it amazes me the thousands on one day who pour through that door and use those facilities, and appreciate in that case the extra wooden courts and the things that we do to upgrade our facilities and how important that is. And the schools play a really key role in our sports facilities, and I don't think unless you're kind of in the environment that you realise how much the school facilities are utilised, not only their gymnasiums but also their courts, outdoor courts, and their sports fields, and they're a critical part of the infrastructure for our sporting, all of our sporting entities in the city. And I echo Councillor Wiley's comment about our elite players in terms of the women's football, and if we want to encourage and have those teams in our city, we need to make sure that we look after them. So well done by the team, and it was really interesting reading, and great to finally get this document. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that we took as much interest in arts as we do in sports, but I know the participation in sports is very high, but I want to focus on women, and I found the reading really interesting in terms of the trends and the barriers that there are for young women around sport. And I wanted to highlight this by mentioning the ice stadium and my knowledge of 3 young women from Otago girls who were in the national team that went to the Worlds. They're in the national team all at the same time. Now, it's a very niche sport, and it was curling, and they did really, really well. And it's not the first time Otago Girls has had people in that national team to go to the Worlds. So the opportunity for young women to participate in these niche sports is wonderful. And then I turn my attention to the paragraph around the media and the way it presents women's sports. And I think of Tasman Charteris Wright, a former Bayfield student who has, and you may not know this, perhaps you did read it in the ODT, who finally got onto it. She attended the Extra World Trail Running Championships in Wales a couple of weeks ago, and she got first in her age group in the world's, second woman and 13th overall. These are things to be really proud of. And so our sports facilities are important for nurturing these talented young people, and particularly our young women, and also for the health and well-being of young people generally. So I applaud the plan. It has been a while coming. COVID got in the middle of it, but really good to see it and to see the overview and go forward. So thank you to the staff for their work.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. I won't go over too much of what other people have said, but yeah, thanks to the team for the plan. It was very interesting reading. And as Councillor Wiley states, there are a bunch of new sports coming to the surface now. And I was fortunate or unfortunate enough to play pickleball in Europe when I was there a year and a half or so ago, and I embarrassed myself, but sort of could see the addiction, and it's massive in the United States. It's just growing exponentially. Whatever is big in the States, unfortunately, seems to end up being big here, and it will be big here. And of course, he mentioned futsal, which is a corruption of the best sport on earth, football. But anyway, it's growing and it's massive, and you can see why, because it's easier and just logistically, you can do it indoors, and it's crazily addictive. I think this is partly a wake-up call, though, this document, and it's a wake-up call specifically around our ageing infrastructure, and I think we're all aware of that, and also the fact that a lot of our infrastructure is in an area of the city that's very vulnerable to the effects of climate change, and we know where those facilities are. And also, I think nobody else has mentioned it, but I think it's also a reminder of how we need to include our marginalised communities, particularly our rainbow and transgender communities, who, like the rest of us, have the complete right to be able to partake in sport also. You'll all be aware, I hope, that within other jurisdictions, particularly in Europe and actually North America, weirdly, there's a lot more government funding for sporting facilities, and the trend is continuing here, that a lot more burden is being heaped on us at the local level to provide those facilities that our communities love and want. And it's a shame that we don't have an equation similar to that one they have in Scandinavia, where they work out the health benefits that accrue to your population and the health savings down the line of investing in sport, and they fund that nationally. Because if we were to look 10, 20, 30, 50, 80 years down the line at those investments and the accrued savings, I think they would be eye-watering numbers, and I think those savings would lead to us not having to build mega-sized hospitals. So it would be, so this is a call to central government to think a bit more strategically around the health of our people and the value that these community facilities that we are asking our ratepayers to build that could accrue nationally. But that's my rant. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
I agree with the rant. I agree with all the comments so far, actually. I'm all for a sports facilities plan for the future. However, to date, it's a shame we have not been in a position to pay off any of the debt we have in the city's most expensive sports facility, our stadium. That aside, we should plan for the future needs of our sporting community, but we must take responsible action to pay off our old amenities before we create new ones. Thank you.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just following on from that, I think it is quite significant that it's not, the stadium isn't in this sports plan, and you know, I think we need to assess that, because really it's the key core of any facilities for sport, or obviously it does other things as well, concerts and stuff, but we need to look urgently at ways to get more use out of that facility, and I think it would be really good if we, you know, did a bit more on focusing on that. Thanks.
Any further comments? You're right to reply, Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, thank you. I think we heard about why the stadium wasn't included in this report. It was a park and recreational service facilities plan for 2025, so we'll leave it at that. Since Councillor Walker brought it up about the health benefits, I guess the key thing being is we should invest more into golf, because a Swedish research indicates a 40% lower death rate among golfers, potentially adding up to 5 years of their life. So, you know, who knew? But anyways, I had to find some way to twine golf into this. But no, thank you for everybody's input.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour the council approves the sports facilities plan say aye. Against? Carried. Item 12. Smoke-free policy. We have Ms Nadia Wesley-Smith come to the desk, sorry. And the Chief Executive will speak to it, and Mr Mike Costello is also joining at the front.
Apologies from Ms Moran, she's unwell. So Mike's sitting in. Councillors, this is one of the few times we had a Part B item at the Civic Affairs Committee, where the Civic Affairs Committee didn't have delegations to decide, they only had delegations to recommend. So what you have is in front of you is the recommendation of a matter that you've already considered for you now to consider that recommendation. It's a procedural paper in large mat.
Okay, questions? Happy to move. Happy to second. I see no questions. Okay. Councillor Gilbert, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did last time, so I'll leave it.
Councillor Houlihan, do you want to speak to it? Okay, so improves. Okay, therefore Councillor Witherall, yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be supporting option 2. However, without a regulatory approach, I can't see a lot of improvement in this space. Rules and signage are one thing, uptake is another. My observation is that the battle is somewhat being lost. I have witnessed residents in our own community housing units continuing to smoke inside. Every day my staff notice marijuana wafting up George Street, not from consumers or my staff, I might add, but more from the unsavoury brigade whose presence are becoming more noticeable daily. If police are not making inroads into law enforcement of illegal substances on George Street, what hope has council got to achieve any further results from our smoke-free policies or signage? Thank you.
Radio, I'll put the motion that we approve the recommendation. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 13. Hearing Committee recommendation on the review of the Otago Harbour Reserves Management Plan, page 386. Just page over. And this is that the recommendation that Council notes that the Hearings Committee has heard and considered submissions and adopts the Otago Harbour Reserves Management Plan. Are there any questions for Mr Ellis? Questions for Mr Ellis? I see none. Do we have a mover? I think, yes, Councillor Gary's and a seconder. Councillor Gilbert, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Ellis and the team who supported this work. And I particularly want to acknowledge the panel, Councillor Witherall and Councillor Gilbert, and Hawani Langsbury, who brought his RMA Commissioner knowledge, although this wasn't an RMA hearing, but particularly his maritime knowledge, which was particularly useful in this regard. I was particularly pleased as chair of the hearings panel at the participation at the hearings. We had a wide variety of people with very many different perspectives participate in the hearings, and this included everyone from Port Otago to residents around Back Beach, and including Rachel McGregor, who probably is the one person out on the harbour every single day. And she was actually out on her sooty chaser in the middle of the harbour, anchored while she participated in the hearing. And we also had wonderful input from mana whenua and were able to get a really accurate history of the harbour edge. One of the points I wanted to raise was that the Port Otago plans for Back Beach were not within the scope of this review. And so we particularly mentioned that at the start because many of the submissions to this plan were on the Port Otago plans, and as I say, they weren't in scope. So we didn't have that discussion at the hearing. One of the things that came out of the hearing was the community wish to retain Back Beach as a recreational area, but there was room there for commercial operators who are supporting recreational use, and the point being made around the need for matching facilities on each side of the harbour. Some immediate actions are possible and include looking at Peninsula Road to Victory Place and seeing what can be done about that. That tends to be used as a walkway, actually, and when we did our site visits, we got glares from the local community who are used to walking their dogs. So there's some things that we could do there very inexpensively after some consultation. So that's something the staff can progress. We also looked at rubbish bins and around the harbour and the need for lids so that the wind doesn't whip rubbish away into the harbour. The dinghy storage at Deborah Bay was also a topic of quite a lot of conversation, and there's a possibility to do something about that with guidance from council, but a community group taking that on board, and I would really encourage an appropriate community group to do that, because there is a possibility, and I'm looking straight at Councillor Mayhem, who attended all of the hearing. And of course, this work went on alongside Te Awa o Tākou, the issues and opportunities. That is a joint piece of work by Council, Regional Council and City Council. And one of the other items that was raised about was the funding of the completion of Te Awa o Tākou, of course, which is an action that is already underway. So it was a good process. And that was commented on by one of the most vocal people who came to the hearing, who the following week said that they had found it to be a good process. So I think everyone felt heard. I think we still have a little bit of work to do. While we had a good range of submissions, I still think there's some perhaps corners of the maritime community we need to reach into that are interested in our harbour edge, and the staff have taken that on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. I'd just like to, on behalf of colleagues and the community, say thank you to the committee and staff. I think this is a really valuable read and a reminder of the importance of the reason for the town's existence, actually, as Dave Cull often reminded us. So thank you for such an extensive assemblage of the history and the cultural background to lots of these areas. And I think it is clear that despite hugely significant improvements around the harbour edge and a lot of extra access being facilitated, that we still have a way to go in making the most of what is an absolutely magnificent recreational, in every sense, not just for boating, recreational facility right at the heart of Dunedin. So thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I'd like to agree with both of the previous speakers and also echo my thanks to the Chair, Councillor Gary, particularly the items already mentioned around Deborah Bay and safe parking for the dinghies, and people's very passionate approach to Back Beach. I did come along and attend the hearings based on the number of speakers and the items that related to Port Chalmers residents. I also like in the in the paper, the little pieces of history that are woven in out of interest to people, and I didn't know any of the history of Roseneath, for example, but the West Harbour Board has been endeavouring to create some historical information panels about some of these items. So it was a management plan that I followed very closely, and I believe that we have an exceptional harbour. It's the longest in the country, and it offers so many recreational and amenity facilities to all of our residents on the water and around the bays. And I think that it is a jewel in the crown, something that makes us very distinct from other cities, and the Harbour Reserves Management Plan is going to be a valuable document going forward. Thank you.
No further speakers. Do you have anything more to say, Councillor Gary?
I do, and much of the work, as has been mentioned, was around updating things. There was actually very little around mana whenua and history in there, which was great to see that updated. And also things have moved on. We made sure that the information in the plan was accurate for now, and I see the staff member has just walked in, and thank her for all of her work and support and that nitty-gritty line by line and words and accuracy. It was great to get that done. Access in terms of areas for the community, access in lots of different ways was another topic that came up, and this document is now fit for purpose. And one of the things I loved was seeing, for example, the value that is placed on the harbour through the reserves by artists and photographers, which wasn't acknowledged in the original plan, but we made sure that that was included. So those little details are important for including people. A great job done, and Councillor Mayhem is absolutely right. Our harbour and through our reserves is the jewel in our city's crown.
Thank you. And with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 14. The Hearings Committee recommendations on beauty therapists, tattooists and skin piercers bylaw review. So, do we have any questions for someone? No? Oh, Councillor Gary. Now, we have Councillor Mayhem can answer questions on behalf of the committee.
Maybe a staff question, potentially. Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't mind who answers. I know that there was only one person, but I am aware that this is out there in the beauty therapy community around the question about having a separate bylaw for beauty therapists and a separate one for tattooists. Was there any weight given to that? Any further? I see it's noted, but there wasn't any discussion. Somebody want to answer that? You're thinking about it, okay.
No, you just can stay there.
It's all right.
Good afternoon, Councillor. I'm Tanya Morrison, the Team Leader for Environmental Health. It was briefly considered in terms of the submission that came in about proposing separate legislation for beauty therapists alone. However, the context within New Zealand are very few bylaws of this kind existing. All the ones that do seem to incorporate all three of the major industries, which is beauty therapy, tattooing and skin piercing. Besides, I believe 2 industry groups that have their own private memberships and code of practice, which is purely an opt-in model. There is nothing else without the whole country that singles out beauty therapy otherwise.
And I was very glad to see the ophthalmology, the eyeball tattooing, which just even saying it gives me the absolute heebie-jeebies, but that was good to see that in there. Do you believe you've collected all of those kinds of details?
Yes, Councillor, we do.
Okay, I see no further questions. Councillor Mayhem.
I would just like to make a few comments, particularly around...
You can do that when you speak to it, yes? We're just having questions at the moment. Okay, I presume you're going to move it? Yes, and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Now, please make some comments.
Sorry, that was my first hearing that I chaired, and I must say I was most impressed with Ms Morrison's knowledge, and you'll see on page 10 of 10 there's some associated documents, and I believe that Ms Morrison is actually the author of these, and she regularly attends forums in Parliament elevating our health standards in this area, and she, I'm very proud to say, is a leader and an expert in this field, and Dunedin is one of the only places that has such stringent health and safety bylaws around particularly things like blood protocols, and I would recommend that if anybody had any questions, and I think that most of this is very straightforward, the amendments to the document are in red, and obviously there were no other questions, but I would just like to again express my gratitude for the incredible professionals that we had sitting on the hearings panel, and I think I speak for Deputy Mayor Lucas and Councillor Houlihan that it was very enlightening and we learnt a lot around best practice.
Very good.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? In which case, I'll put the motion that that you see. We don't see it on the screen. It should be on your agendas. That we're noting that the hearings committee has considered submissions. We note the minutes of their meeting and notes the amended bylaw, and we approve the date for effect of that amended bylaw as 1 October 2025. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving on to the Hearings Committee for Trading in Public Places bylaw. Councillor O'Malley and staff will answer any questions if there are any. Are there any questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Just the one, and forgive me, I assume that I have missed it in the minutes or something, but I did give it a quick look. Given that it is a tourist must-do, and according to TripAdvisor, well ahead of places like the Art Gallery, Lanyuan, and only just behind Baldwin Street and the Botanical Gardens, and given the economic powerhouse and incubator that it is for our farmers, food growers and makers, what discussion was had about helping to safeguard the farmers market, and or how we will be protecting it ongoing through the conditions, albeit now as a case-by-case basis rather than having its own separate clause?
I don't think we received any submissions on it, did we? You would know, Chair, in that regard.
We did talk about it, and I'm looking at staff because that's now no longer part of the bylaw. It becomes part of the individual applicant's licence, if that's the correct word. I'm looking at staff and they're nodding. So we did discuss that in particular, yes.
So it will now be considered as on a case-by-case basis, depending on who's wanting to sole trade.
We've moved areas where there are prohibited areas of trading out of the bylaw and into specific conditions of the mobile trader permit conditions and commercial use of footpaths. And what that does is allow us for better review as and when needed, rather than waiting for the bylaws to come around.
So I guess my question, given we've had, or there have been ongoing issues in that area, is it going to get reviewed only when those issues are raised, or when people within a certain industry are applying for a mobile licence?
I might take that one, Councillor. I think obviously if there are issues that have been identified historically or were seen in the future, then obviously we'll deal with those, I guess, as we have. Does that answer your question?
I think it answers the question that you and I both know what I'm talking about, but I don't think everybody else does. So it is going to require, if there are any other issues, it is going to require a complaint, having it pointed out for it then to be assessed rather than when somebody applies for a trading licence, it be assessed at the time?
So whenever anybody applies for the licence, there are the rules associated with that licence. Where there are breaches, I mean, we don't proactively monitor every licence that we allocate out. So we are reliant on the complaints for us to then go and investigate those issues. And where we have issues, then obviously we'll deal with them.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor O'Malley?
I don't know if I asked this question to myself or not. But I think I know what you're talking about now, is people trading nearby. And in the hearings, there was a case of a trader that's operating near the Union Street area, not too far away from a cafe, and I believe that it was clarified that we've changed the rule on trading near somebody.
So the Commerce Act doesn't allow us to have specific legislation for anti-competition. So we can make bylaws and put areas around if there's an issue of public safety, but we can't put specific areas in place not allowing people to trade purely for anti-competitive reasons.
So from central government rules. Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Gary? No? Okay, we've covered questions. Okay. Councillor O'Malley, you want to move it? And seconder, Deputy Mayor Lucas, do you have something to say about it?
Only to say that this was the fastest hearing I've ever worked on. I think it was all over in 20 minutes. Wow. Yeah.
Very good. Oh well, same as this resolution. That's right. Any comment? No. In which case I'll put the motion. It's on the screen behind me. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next hearings committee is for the review of the Signal Hill Recreation Reserve Management Plan. Come back. Oh, and just before we get to that, before we dive into that, I'll move that Council extend the meeting by 6 hours, by more than 6 hours. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, questions for Mr. Ellis and remind me. Oh, Mr. Walker. So Steve Walker will answer questions. Any questions, Deputy? Councillor Barker.
I forgot to ask the first one, but we're doing a number of reserve management plans today, which are in draft form here. When will the public-facing final plans be available for people? Because there's obviously a lot of people who've submitted, and the tourism industry particularly submitted on I think it was the Signal Hill, and when would we be able to see those and share with them?
So in relation to the Signal Hill, it is almost in a finished product, a published product as it is. So it will just be a matter of it going through, being finalised through our marketing team. I don't have a date at the moment, sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering, okay, cool, because I was wondering what the process is to get it out there after all these submitters have put stuff in. And cool, thank you.
Okay. Seconder. Councillor Witherall. Okay, would you like to, I think we've covered all the questions, yes, thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Yeah, I will speak to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, I'll be bold here and say this is probably one of the tougher management plan reviews. So I want to thank my fellow panel members, Councillor Wetherall, Councillor Gary and Juane Lansbury for their extensive input and professionalism. So thanks, guys. And also to Mr. Ellis, Mr. Brinkley, Ms. Schonwald, and to GSO and Ms. Riddell. So I think, as you can imagine, balancing a management plan that seeks to have a unique balance of nature, walkers, but also an ever-increasing cohort of mad downhill cyclists was no easy task. But I think we got there in the end, and I think it proved probably to all of us the benefits of having these reviews, because if anything, this plan shows how reserves can potentially change over the years. And also this review will be the test case, I guess, for the because it was the group that came up with the suggestion of the feedback loop, and I'll be interested to see how that works as we move down the line. And I think that, if I'm right, is now being incorporated into a number of these plans. So thanks to the team, thanks to the efforts. Look forward to the finished document. And I guess, like all finished documents, when it lands on our tables, there'll be some things that we regret having not put in there, wish we put in there, or we'll be proud of some of the things we did achieve and put in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? I see none. I'll put the motion. It's on the screen behind me. Yes. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 17, the hearing committee recommendations on the Town Belt Reserve Management Plan. Councillor Wiley will respond to any questions. On behalf of the committee, are there any questions? I see none. No questions. Okay. Would you like to move the motion, Councillor Wiley?
I'm happy to.
Is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just very briefly, probably echoing the other councillors that chaired these bylaw hearings, pretty much the same. The staff made the job actually dramatically easier, so thanks to Mr Ellis, Brinkley and Ms Ecclesfield and our governance support, Wendy Collard. We had a very good diverse group of thought with myself, Councillor Walker, Councillor Fiso and Hoani Lansbury. And I think it's like any of these hearings. You don't know what you don't know until you get into the middle of them and start going across all the impacts it has on the community and the different community groups. The one part that I do want to acknowledge is it is amazing how many organisations are doing volunteer work and supporting this area, the town belt. It is such an important aspect of the city, and we do need to recognise the impact our volunteer and community groups and the schools that border the town belt are actively engaged in the area. So I want to thank them as well. But no, otherwise it is as presented to us. Thank you.
Any other speakers? I see none. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. Yes, okay, we'll have an adjournment. So I move that we adjourn for 5 or 6 minutes or so. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Just to give you Okay, so what are we doing first? Do we have to? We've got both motions on the screen.
So now Councillor Mayhem, I believe, is going to move the motion, the second one. We can get rid of the top
we
one.
can get, yes, that's the thing. Get rid of that top
But
one.
you just need to now, Councillor, seek the leave of the meeting to amend your motion before it's seconded.
Could I please take the leave of the meeting to get this adjustment to the motion seconded, please?
Okay, so adjustment to the motion. Do we have a second for that? Councillor Walker. And
Is it just a show of hands on this?
It's just a
yeah, just a show of hands.
Yes, show
So
of the
we
hands.
amend the motion. Can we have a show of hands that the meeting gives permission to amend the motion? Yes. Are people against? Are there people against? Right. 2. Righto. So that is carried. So we do have leave to amend the motion to this. Okay, so now you want to move it and seconded, Councillor Lafiso. Same. Excellent. Would you like to speak to it, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I attended the housing hui on Monday, the 4th of August, the Otago Housing Alliance, and it was decided at that meeting that everybody needed to push back and write a letter to the Minister of Housing, the Honourable Mr. Chris Bishop, and it made sense to me that we would, as a council, also write a letter of support. Because getting better housing for our residents is a collective responsibility. We've got limited resources and we need an integrated long-term planning, future-focused community wellbeing plan. We've got a lot of work to do with very limited resources and we need to focus on supporting people with the greatest need. We need advocacy, innovation and careful research. Our very wonderful housing expert, Jill Brown, and her team of one, has a holistic approach and is leading a nationwide group, Te Karu, and everyone's involved in working in the homeless space, sharing their resources and ideas. The aim is functional zero, where more people go out of homelessness than come into it. She provided an update about the initiatives being worked on, including Orange Sky facilities coming to town later on this year. That's an opportunity for bathing and clothes washing facilities to our people who are living rough, outreach services and a joined up response across all of the departments here at the DCC, so there'll be one procedure for how homelessness is managed. Children and young people without shelter are a priority, and she shared some sobering statistics about our housing waiting lists. Currently there's 202 on the DCC housing, with 4 of those being urgent, 372 on the MSD lists, and across Otago a staggering 4,092 people in either emergency or temporary housing, 933, and sharing a home, 792. So people living in uninhabitable homes, 2,100. The general conversation at the housing hui was collectively that we should all push back, and Aaron Lodge came up for discussion. The Mayor, PSO and the homeless shelter did a lot of work on this when Minister Bishop came to town earlier this year. At that time, a lot of work had been done around the homeless issue on the Oval, and there were actually no tents there at the time he visited. And I think that he deemed there was no issue here, but I suggest maybe we could attach some photographs to prove that there is an ongoing issue. I think we need to show leadership and support the Housing Alliance group and write this letter and query why that facility has been left sitting empty for more than 4 years. Aaron Lodge may need a little bit of tidying up, but what I saw at the homeless shelter reopening was the number of skilled people in the city who had gifted their skills and discounted materials for a worthy cause. I believe that where there is a will, there is a way, and that we should never give up, especially around advocating for our most vulnerable residents. So I urge you all to please get behind this motion and let's try and get the Minister of Housing on board and just have a trial of what could possibly be achieved at Aaron Lodge. Kia ora.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Vandervis.
Kaingora themselves, the owners, have already done the trial and they found that the place is not suitable. Kaingora have 25 other houses apparently that they've done in the last year or so. And if they say, and they are the experts, that it's not suitable, and we have been through this a year ago, I think already, why we want to have a look at it again now, given that it's been sitting there for another year and it'll be even more unsuitable now, I don't know. If we are to put any resource behind anything, I think it should be behind the kind of resource that that Russell Lund has been doing in building 30 units into the old Loan and Mercantile building for social housing particularly, and that is something that is real, that is something that's up to standard, and that is something that has been viable and has worked already. Aaron Lodge hasn't been and won't be, as far as I have understood. Won't be voting for this waste of time in my view.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think people's lives are a waste of time, but
Point of order. I never suggested that people's lives were a waste of time.
Yes, no, look, Councillor, just withdraw that remark. And thank you. And you have to press your microphone button again.
Thank you. So what I'd like to say on this is that that I will support this, but I do have some reservations, and I realise, given it's a motion, we can't ask questions or get answers to it. But if I could ask questions, what I'd be asking is, what are the costs? What would be the costs of this to the council? My second question would be, and I actually agree with what Councillor Vandervis said around having something similar to what Russell Lund has done, because a lot of these people need the care and support of supervised housing. And so maybe, though, because there's a clause in this motion where it would be looked at with social services, is that maybe that's something that's possible. So I'm happy, I would support looking at it and investigating and asking again. And I think actually what we should add into this motion is to tell the Minister that this is in light of him pulling several really significant building projects that Kaingaora had planned for the city that are no longer going ahead.
Councillor, there's not a debate about the wording of the motion. If you just...
Well, I'm allowed to raise it. I'm in my speech time. What rule does it say? Understanding orders that I can't raise that?
Well, we're not going to amend the motion.
Well, I'm just saying, putting it out there because I think it is valid. I'll leave it there.
You're finished. Thank you. Councillor Walker, did you have something to say?
Sorry, I didn't realise Carmen was finished. Thank you. Thanks for the motion. And listen, and a couple of people mentioned the Russell Lund project. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, actually. It's just part of a multifaceted approach to curing what is a problem throughout the world and an ever-increasing problem here in Aotearoa. And let's not forget, whether we like it or not, the central government has made a decision to shrink its responsibility towards endeavouring to cure a problem that I state is a problem across the planet. So therefore, it's up to us as a local authority to decide via vote whether we want to take up the mantle of trying to do something about it. And I will remind all 14 of you, along with me, that this same council, a majority of you, did vote recently to decide not to continue to fund building our community housing project. So we can't have it both ways. So this motion, if anything, is a cry for help. To cure what is a multifaceted problem. And this won't cure homelessness. Many things, homelessness is deeply rooted in in many different ways. It's a mental health problem, it's a relationship break problem, it's a substance abuse problem. The list is long, and the problems generally accrue to women, they accrue to the already vulnerable, and they accrue to our Maori and Pacifica populations. And it's not a question. It's not a question of money. It's not a resource question. And I think I brought up around this table before that San Francisco is literally the richest city on this planet. It has tens of thousands of people living homeless. But and be warned here, the U.S. government over the last decade has systematically cut funding to mental health, to groups supporting people with substance abuse problems. The list is long. So you know where we're going with this. We know there's a problem. We're a growing city. Is it nice seeing tents in the Oval? Absolutely not. Was it nice for me when I lived in London seeing hundreds upon hundreds of homeless people living in doorways? No. And 23 years ago I moved here, never saw a homeless person. Never saw anybody in George Street ever asking for money. So this is a problem, and if it's 23 years, it's on all governments, actually. It's not singularly this government. So it's a systemic underfunding of problems in society. This is, and thank you for the motion, but this is a sticking plaster. So unless we want to get serious and really work hard intergenerationally from the school system up, we will continue applying sticking plasters to this problem. So I applaud this, but if anything, it really is a very loud cry for help, because we can't continue what we're doing, or else we're just going to be doing this again.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, I was actually approached over the weekend about this very issue by someone who said, you know, we just can't stand by and do nothing. And I did remind them that really we are the option of last resource and I guess resort. And I guess that's really kind of what Councillor Walker had alluded to then. Some of this is a central government issue that's now evolved onto us, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that we then just decide to do nothing. And I think that, if nothing else, this is again at least a reminder to the Minister that we have an issue here, and that we are reluctantly, and I'd say reluctantly, willing to take up the burden, because it really shouldn't be put onto local government, but it is. And the alternative is to do nothing, which I don't think is the right alternative either. So I think we have to try something, and congratulations to those who put this forward to at least say we're trying something.
Yes, and I think it's absolutely worth having another go, because another year has gone by and nothing has happened with that facility. It's sitting there. There are agencies in town that are prepared to, put the work in to make it into something usable, certainly in the meantime. So that's why I put a limit on it, and there can be therein it can be part of an exercise, an experiment, if you like, a trial, to see how it goes for 2 years, and if all things are going well, that could very easily be extended. So it's not as though there's a huge government commitment in terms of capital. They've already got the capital in there, and the largest expenditure will be of human capital to put the work in to be able to make it happen, and the various funding agencies of government will be only funding things that they are funding already. It's just that they'll have a facility and a place to conduct their work at. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to briefly echo what's already been said. And I would say that while it's good to compliment Mr. Lund on the work he's done and the facilities he's provided, we all know how much the City Council has underwritten that by way of rates relief. And in that context, let's not forget our own decision not to extend the new build of our own social housing, which is something I think we need to revisit. but also the wider context of governments pulling the plug on significant kāinga development that was underway. And I think both the delay that's been referred to and the fact that this place is sitting empty, and the weather, by the way, are all reasons that make this timing even more ironic on the day that the President of the United States has said he's going to use the military to remove the people from homeless from the streets of Washington and move them very far away. So put that into the wider picture frame, and you won't be waiting very long till you make up your mind how you're going to vote on this.
Councillor Gary.
Yes, I've been sitting here thinking as we've been talking about that proclamation from President Trump, and it is deeply disturbing. We should have all been at the community housing hui on the 4th of August, because in that hui there was a wide range of people and there was a lot of information about all of the things that are going on in the work of the Otago Housing Alliance. And I'm coming to the motion in just a moment. This is one ask, and yes, I think Councillor Walker hit the nail on the head. It's a cry for help. It's certainly, going from what was spoken about at the hui, is not the total answer. It was, the reason I can support this is that it was discussed at the hui, and there was a feeling that we needed to have another go at it, and so that gives me pause to think it's worth supporting. However, what is needed, and this was echoed in the hui, is some kind of outreach service that coordinates all of the work across the city, because at the moment everything's happening and there's certainly an attempt to coordinate. We have a staff of one in this organisation to be doing this work and doing wonderful work at that. But the Otago Housing Alliance and any kind of outreach service is going to be pivotal as we go forward to try and address homelessness. So this is one initiative. There are a number of others that we need to do, and we need to address that within our own organisation.
Councillor Fisson.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koe to the mover. I think of this motion as another motion to try and utilise our resources, our power, our privilege, if you like, similar to the one that we passed to write a letter, or to have the Mayor write a letter to MB in terms of the rental healthy homes standards. And this is another piece of mahi we can do. I acknowledge, as other speakers have said, there's way more things that we could have been doing, but this is a good restart, if you like. It's one of the many levers, in my opinion. I think we have to be seen to try. Minister Bishop made his decision clear. If I had been in the room, I don't know what difference it would have made, but I would have said to the minister, it's not just the Oval, dude. There are other places that people have been sleeping rough years before the Oval popped up, and there are 250 to 300 people, residents, sleeping rough every night, and not just at the Oval. So I think that allowed on the Minister of Bishop an easy out. I just want to note, as others have said, Major Campbell Roberts of the Salvation Army said in the 2015 or 2017, 15 years before that, or 20 years maybe, food banks were not a thing. Now we tolerate food banks. We don't actually look at the causes of the need for food banks. The same as homelessness. We're tolerating it. And until we actually take action, firm action, and we use our creativity and we resource the work, it's not going to change.
Thank you. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't believe it. I'm actually agreeing with Councillor Walker here. And I think that he raised a number of very, very good points. This is a Band-Aid. That's all this is. And I think the timing is wrong, especially the way that this was initially put out to us as a notice of motion to use Aaron Lodge for emergency accommodation for the homeless. And obviously it's been tweaked around now, and it's now talking about the social housing side of things. Well, sorry, our council has the policy on community housing, and that's what we've got, almost 1,000 units of community housing. We don't have a policy on social housing as far as I understand, because that is not our job. Our job is for the community. The government's job is for the social aspects of what happens in this country. Now, I'm not saying that we walk away or turn a blind eye or anything like that when it comes to people that are sleeping rough or living rough. But when you're talking about the sheer numbers that there are right now of people that are in those unfortunate circumstances, Aaron Lodge is not going to help. And the Mayor went to great lengths not that long ago to try and get Aaron Lodge as an emergency accommodation, in particular for the homeless people, to try and stop that from growing the way in which it has. And the government nor the ministry wanted anything to do with it. And this is a letter back to the minister to say, let's give it another go. The other thing that concerns me about the way this motion has now been reconfigured, that is that there's no costs on there. And if we are to lead the various agencies when it comes to helping these unfortunate folk who definitely need help, but they need more than a roof over their head. They need a lot more help. That doesn't come free. And that is in particularly why it's a government role, because the government has the funds. We don't, nor do we have a social housing policy, only a community housing policy, and they're quite different. And further to that, the homeless in the city, which is definitely a concern for all of us, we have no policy on that either. So I'm sorry, I will not be supporting this in the way in which it's written at the moment.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That kind of hurt to hear, because our job is to look after all members of our community. And when we swore our oath to council and community, this was put forward. I was also at the Housing Alliance meeting, and in the room it was mentioned about this letter to the minister. Such a sense of shock in the room, where it was that the minister said, well, basically there's no housing problem. So this is the genesis of what happened in Lodge, was brought up at that time as a possible way forward. People were horrified that Kāinga Ora, the government, hadn't done anything with it. So here we are, picking up some pieces again, the sticking plaster. I think it's really important, as a loud cry for help, that this letter is sent to the Honourable Chris Bishop, because there is a problem and he needs to be aware of it. But we're trying to come up with practical solutions, and it is our community that we live in. It's not okay to have homelessness in our community. Yeah, writing letters, it is a start, but we do need action on this. We need to revisit our housing action plan, and we talked about having a homelessness plan, but we just haven't really ended up with that. I drove past Aaron Lodge just a couple of days ago, they'd be putting out signs, and just looked at it and thought, what a pity it's in such a state. It's just immoral to leave a building like that in that state and have it falling into that state of disrepair. And I think someone mentioned earlier about our Scottish heritage hating waste. Now, if there is a simple solution, and I am not being too simplistic because I know this is a very, very challenging issue. If there is a simple way in which we can try and do something, then we are moral bound to do it, and this is something that I would think is fairly easy. So I do support it.
Okay, I think we've covered all the speakers. Councillor Mayhem, you have more to say? Surely not.
Yes, Mr Mayor, you had a really good idea and you almost got it over the line. And of course, anything that was set up at Arran Lodge would need to be supervised and supported. We're not professional people here, but this is talking about all of our social service agencies. A multifaceted approach, as Councillor Walker said. It's not going to be a cure, but it could go a long way to supporting women or our vulnerable young people that systematically have been underfunded by society. We cannot stand by and do nothing. It's a central government issue, and we just need to remind the Minister of Housing that we are willing as a city to take up this burden. As Mr Mayor says, another year has gone by. I'm willing to try just about anything. As staff and property will attest, I've made many suggestions about empty buildings on our portfolio. Councillor Benson-Pope said we need to revisit our own decision on the social housing building. Plus, we've been stung with the pulling of the plug on nearly 50 homes that Kaianga Ora intended to build here in Ōtepoti. Councillor Gary said we should have all been at the hui because this motion came directly from that housing hui. There was a joined up approach, there was people from Civil Defence, from Fire and Emergency New Zealand, right across the motu, a lady had driven down from Oamaru to attend the housing hui to talk about universal housing designs. We must be seen to try, as Councillor Lefiso said. We have one incredible staff member, Jill Brown, and we need to support her and her many initiatives. There are many things that we could have been doing. And for me, it's these bitterly cold -degree nights and mornings that we're experiencing over winter. We really need to resource some work. Thank you, Councillor Barker. I agree. It was hard to hear what Mr Ackland had to say. But as stated, this was just following through on what was said by many organisations at the Housing Alliance hui. And I know that the motion wasn't very well finessed, but the meeting was last Monday and I had just that day in order to have enough time to put the motion through. It was at the end of the day and it clearly needed some finessing. But to me, it's immoral that a facility like that is sitting empty, as Councillor Barker said. We have to do something. We really have to do something. And this is a good restart on representing our most vulnerable. So please, let's vote for this.
Okay, we'll take it by division. No, we're done. We're taking it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 12-3.
Good. I now move that we move into non-public. So, give us a chance. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. I'll now send you, now that we're in non-public, send you an email. Just arrived from MB. Elected members. Oh, of course you do. It's all right.